might be no point of us looking below. We could be free. We could be free. Finally, we could be free. I've been through the darkest of caves and suffered on the steps of the end of the road. Painted with passion, my favorite color. Open the life when the story gets old. We could be free. We could be free. Finally, we could be free. I ain't at home, home's where I'm going. I close my eyes to see. I'll take my throne, lay it on a mountain, and make myself a king. Kick through the shackles, walk through the chains. So there's no one to blame but you. I said, make myself a king.
자, 여기서 오늘 선수들 이후에 애들한테 바로 거쳐졌습니다만 뒤쪽으로 빠져나가지 못하게. 바로 가시네요. 그대로 뒤로 갔죠. 또 있나요?
뼈가 부러져야 하품을 피하는 타입. 아직 어린 나지만 이제 뭐 그런 라이. 여태까지 본 작은 돈은 하늘로 갇혀치고 엄마가 불러 나 이제
Hello, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome back to the Coca-Cola Zero League of Legends Champions Korea Summer 2016. Tonight, CJ ENTUS take on ESC Ever in a battle where Ever is definitely trying to avoid those relegations, tied up with Longzhu down at the bottom of the standings and need to climb on out of it. So let's go ahead and introduce our teams for tonight. You can see there on your screen ESC Ever, with of course their starting roster including Totoro instead of Key.
Yep. And tonight's matchup is, again, as you mentioned, extremely important. ESC Ever Longzhu coming up later this week. And
Never assume things.
Yeah, we can't ever
I
assume.
assumed that SKT would 4-0 the Freaks this season, but
Yep.
stranger things have happened.
So that's what they need to happen in order to avoid relegation. So some of the stuff is actually out of their control.
Right.
But what is in control is their ability to win tonight's series, which is part of the equation.
That is very true, and they will be facing off against CJ ENTUS, with of course Shy making his triumphant return this season to the top lane, Haru, BDD Kramer, and Mad Life. I liked seeing Ghost the one series that they did play him, but Kramer coming in a little bit more experience behind the roster.
Yeah, and I mean, this series, BDD, we've finally been seeing a little bit more of him. And he's always been a very mechanical player, but not always the best team player. But I think as the season went on and as it dragged on, he probably got more familiar with team play and macro games, etc. So not so surprising seeing him there. I think that tonight's matchup though is, as most matchups with ESC Ever, Bless versus the other jungler. We'll see how that does, but we're going to go into some match points right now.
That is very true with our wonderful announcer, Lee Hyun-kyung. So let's go ahead and get into the match points for today. First matchup, talking about the implications of this match for relegation. CJ has been locked into relegations for a while, but for ESC Ever, they're actually tied with Longzhu in numbers of losses. So this win would put ESC Ever ahead as they get the series win of Longzhu, and then of course if they lose their series later on, then that would lock them out of relegation. So very, very important. The 5-0 is the match record between both teams. Ever has never lost to CJ ENTUS, and of course the big matchup that is being talked about, or the big players for both teams, will be Loken and Haru. You actually mentioned the difference between maybe Haru and Bless being focused on, but Loken has been a huge monster for Ever this season.
Loken, he's been one of the driving forces, but if we look at individual abilities to control the game. I feel like Bless has done them
Right.
a huge service in a lot of series, most notably against the SK Telecom.
Right, and I think that's one of the most interesting things about this season of LCK is that you have these bottom 5 teams where there's a lot of weaknesses,
Right.
a lot of strategic, lack of depth there.
Yep.
But you have these players like Bless who are actually just incredible. You could put Bless on maybe like an NALCS team or move him to like another region of the world on a team that's maybe better suited towards him, and he'd be a monster.
You
and
could
we've
put him
seen
on
that.
SKT.
Hey man.
Might happen, no.
Yeah, Blake's
but,
sitting in his chair. He's like, "Oh man, Bless is coming for me."
Yeah, he's gonna ESC right out of Ever. You know? See what I did there?
hit the
yeah.
key. I want to ESC out of this cast right now.
There you go. So, I mean, we'll see what he brings tonight. Again, we are still on patch 6.14, so none of the big changes in 6.15 are gonna be coming out. A little unlucky.
Boy, at least we don't have the cannon minion change. That that would have been
That never went through.
It would have been
actually.
crazy
Yeah.
mode. You just have you're jungling, and all of a sudden, instead of a jungle camp, it's a cannon minion. It's like, wow, they really did add cannon minions everywhere. But you don't have to worry about that. Of course, that'll be coming a little bit. Well, the cannon minion change won't be coming, but we will see some changes to the way that lane swaps work with gold and health values and all kinds of things like that. So that will be an exciting new world to go into. Playoffs with. And playoffs are coming. This is our last week of the regular season. It's been a long season, but it's been a good
11
one.
weeks.
It actually feels a lot faster than it actually has been.
It really did. It went by actually really quickly.
Very, very quickly. So getting into tonight's match, we've got CJ versus Ever, and we should be getting a champion select for game number 1 right now. Okay, let me try that again. Right now. There we go. ESC Ever, of course, on the blue side. CJ on the red, starting out the pick and bans. What are the picks that we need to see taken out of here? I think Varus has always been a big one to ban out against him.
Yeah, Varus might be one of the big bans that can be targeted against ESC Ever. Probably not going to see any of the Talia bans, given that it's BDD.
And not Sky.
And
But
not Sky, although Talia still gets banned. So speaking of the devil.
see, there's an alternate reality in which everything is appropriate. We're just in the they ban Talia reality.
I wonder if Graves will actually. I wonder if this will be actually a very jungle-centric pick and ban phase. There's the Varus ban against him, and Ashe rounding out the final ban for ESC Ever.
Well, it will round out the final ban. Ellis is using his crystal ball over here, aka the other monitor.
There we go.
So yeah, there's the final Ashe ban there for ESC Ever, and one final ban to rule them all. It is Gangplank.
Right. So only 2 jungler bans and 1 mid ban, or 2 mid bans. 2 mid.
That was
and Malzahar first pick. Now,
very fast
this
pick.
is really bad if CJ knows how to respond to it. When Malzahar gets picked by the enemy team and you have counter picks available, if you just pick Aurelion and Tahm Kench, which are very flexible into a plethora of team compositions, Malzahar can't do anything, and he's probably forced to actually lane swap, which is then going to compromise his mid-game ability, because Malzahar is a champion that needs to hit 3 items in order to become an AP carry. Prior to that, his utility carry via his ultimate and his Voidling's objective control.
So we haven't actually seen Aurelion Sol used as a Malzahar counter all this season, right?
Yeah, but it is probably the hardest pre-6 counter in the game.
But you do, at that point, have to make a team comp work with Aurelion Sol on it.
Correct.
And not all teams can do that.
Right.
The Tahm Kench, I think we have seen it used once to counter Malzahar. I think that was like a Malzahar Ashe composition. Of course, Tahm Kench is super good at saving people from hardcore lockdown. Now, that's a champion hover I haven't actually seen in like forever. But now we're just hovering all the champions no one's picked, except for the Teemo, which has unfortunately made its way not only into LCK, but also NALCS.
Yeah, it has indeed.
Much to TSM's dismay, but either way, the Nasus pick, we used to, man, Nasus used to be like top tier jungler. Then he used to be top tier top laner.
Yeah.
Remember when Nasus jungle, he just hit 6, walk to dragon, and kill it instantly?
I was actually... Wait, did he really just...
Well, the percent health damage on his ultimate killed the
okay.
dragon like really, really quickly. But that's neither here nor there. It's a little bit of a recollection there.
And that will be a Mal's mid.
Yeah.
So this does open up the Aurelion Soul pick if, you know, CJ ENTUS is capable of playing that.
Opens up that Yasuo pick for BDD.
That's what they really want.
I love that, like, yesterday, who was it? I think it was Crown in his MVP
Yeah,
interview.
he said Yasuo
said, I
is his
love playing
favorite.
Yasuo, but he's
a
actually
bad
just
champion.
so bad for me to pick right now. So
Yeah.
not going to see that. The Taric pick a little bit early is also kind of interesting. You don't necessarily see a lot of Taric comps, but he does have one of the highest support win rates in LCK this season.
Yep, he does indeed. And, you know, speaking of Taric, it's a little bit interesting if they did elect to take that Gnar, because Taric would basically be walking into Taric's ultimate even more so. Even though the Gnar versus Shen matchup is going to be a little bit favorable, the fact that they have a Trundle and a Gnar right now, as well as an Elise, who generally has to get up in your face, and you're walking into a Shen, Malzahar, and a Taric, it doesn't seem like the most intelligent of pick ban phases unfolding right now.
Well, and for
And Jhin does come out.
Right, and Jhin, I was actually surprised we haven't seen more Jhin this season, but we have seen him come out, especially for Kramer, incredibly high DPS just as a player, and then I think Jhin has the third highest DPS of AD carries in LCK this season.
Yep.
It's either third or fourth, but either way, a great pick there. The return to Lucian for Loken, that's always been a comfort pick for him, but not an AD carry that we've seen for a while. It's usually Ashe Sivir.
Yeah. Generally, right now, I think that Ashe is probably the best no-theme AD carry, even though she can obviously go into multiple themes. As a standalone, she's pretty powerful, but being banned out here, you only have a few options remaining. We could have seen an Ezreal against this team composition. I think Ezreal actually would have been fine. Especially because there's a lot of trickery that you can do with Ezreal Taric to coordinate stuns using the Arcane Chip. But, you know, that's not really going to matter so much in the end. So, Lucian, still just a generic, you know, A-tier AD carry, so not such a bad pick. And it looks like CJ ENTUS will finalize their pick and ban with potentially a Victor. So,
I think this is
lost opportunity.
Right, I think this is one of the first games we've also seen a Gragas last pick. Like, if this were SK Telecom, that's first pick every time. It's so good that it surprises me that we've seen it so far down in the standings. And the last pick over here is going to be a Victor. I feel like that's like the anticlimactic last pick. It's like you could probably first pick Victor and he'd still be kind of safe.
Yeah, Victor is, I mean, he has some counter matchups, but none of them are really going to put him in the ground. He's a champion that can, he's a versus all, as they say, where, you know, him and Azir basically just go up against anything.
That's very true. They are the big two, and we'll see BDD on that. Players like BDD, I always enjoy seeing them play very like mechanically intensive, like assassin-based champion, but that's not for this season. We've seen some good performances there, but just going with the standard Victor pick versus a very early pick Malzahar. I'm really curious to see where that fits into ESC Ever's team composition.
Well, Malzahar, if the enemy team doesn't actually do anything against him, and I do have to say that CJ's team composition against Malzahar is absolutely atrocious right now. He just ends up decimating teams once he reaches that 3-item power spike.
He will reduce them to 1/10 of their previous team. That's what he does. So that is going to do it for our champion picks and bans. Get on Twitter, let us know who you guys want to win. Hashtag CJ win, hashtag ESC win. To let us know, and we are about to get into game number 1. So let's go ahead and get into it. Just kidding. Okay, we had like a little bit of a confused cheer there from the audience. It was like, they're like not sure if they want to commit because it's actually starting out with a little bit of pause. We're trying to make sure that everything is good, which is why instead of seeing 10 players playing League of Legends, you're watching 2 people talk about it.
Indeed. So right now, hopefully we'll figure out the reason.
We also have these like super high monitors right now. We like lower them when we're talking so that you can actually tell that we're more than just talking heads. And we like raise them back up at the end.
There we go. They're all the way in the ground.
Oh boy.
So,
Putting our monitors in the ground. But yeah.
So anyway, talking about the team compositions, as I was mentioning, CJ's draft is pretty bad. The only way that I can see, well, I mean, it's being honest that, you know, the only way I can see them winning here is if they just get constant leads. Because if we talk about Baron control, they don't have really a way that they can win extended fights. There's no way that they're getting through Shen's W. Jin is just gonna, you know, be having PTSD or something when that W comes out. Gnar cannot actually engage on the enemy team if Malzahar is not stunned or CC'd or something. Elise can't go in on the enemy team. Malzahar is going to tell her no. Trundle can't go in on the enemy team. Malzahar is going to say no to that too.
No, that's the big secret. You have Elise go in.
There's so many close combat champions. Even Victor is going to get too close for comfort against this team comp by ESC Ever. And there's so many gears that ESC can turn on via the Gragas engage, via Flash Taunt from Shen, Flash Ultimate from Malzahar, Taric stuns. They have the Taric Ultimate, which is gonna, it's just really bad.
Yeah, you're just like literally listing everything that they can do because it all counters the CJ engage.
Like ESC's team composition is so flexible against CJ ENTUS's. It doesn't make any sense. And then once Shen hits that 4 or 5 items, Gnar is not going to have as easy of a time splitting against him if Shen does go into the Titanic Hydra.
Right.
So
and so we're going to see Gnar do that Frozen Mallet, Black Cleaver kind of style,
probably see that come
just
out, correct.
to keep being a bully. But like you said, once Shen gets too many items, that doesn't work anymore because you can just either Shadow Dash away and then Gnar can't really like chase you backwards far enough. Or it's actually just going to be really interesting to watch how, especially the jungle matchup works out. We were talking about that even before we saw which champions were picked, just because of the players involved. And now Bless gets like one of the highest tier junglers at the end of the draft. So for what we projected to be a very important matchup, you can see the teams didn't really prioritize that by picking them strong champions very early on.
Right, and interestingly enough, like if we look at some other junglers, the problem for CJ is if CJ took Gragas, ESC's comp can actually take Elise. If Elise was banned and CJ takes Gragas, ESC doesn't actually have a viable jungler that synergizes well with their team comp. If you replace Gragas here with Graves, you'll notice that the comp gets a lot worse.
All right, well, we are able to get into
anyways,
game
we're going
right
into
now.
game.
Okay, well, I need ear implants after that one. There's a lot of CJ fans in the audience for tonight's match. And Totoro using my favorite skin in the game there on that Taric. But let's go ahead and talk about the way that these teams will be starting things out. Grouping up here for ESC Ever. Still no signs of exactly... Okay, well, I guess there are signs now of where the lanes are going to go.
Yeah. It looks like it's probably going to be standard lane. Oh, never mind. Lucian and Taric are moving in position for a lane swap, and we're going to have Shen and Gragas move to the bottom side of the map. And this is going to obviously benefit ESC Ever because they don't want Shen to fall behind. And in the neutral game, you know, if they're both relatively even in CS. But this is actually, I've never seen the triple rejuve bead inside of a lane swap on Shen. Generally, that's used to counter Gnar. So maybe they're predicting a lane swap, but now they know that's not the case, and they're not moving to change it. So I think ESC Ever's not on the same page. Not that that's going to be bad.
Totaro's going in here, and he does actually steal away a Krug. He's putting down a lot of damage onto Haru with his passive, and Loken's coming up there as well. But now we got Kramer and Mad Life putting out a lot onto Bless. He's going to body slam his way away, but he does get that level 2.
Yep.
Shy, okay, well, he's
this
just
is
walking
a very
side by side.
It's a
with
very
Loken.
chaotic opening. Malzahar also starting E. It looks like BDD definitely wants to auto attack and prevent. Yep, there you go. No animation cancel. A little bit of a dropped opportunity right there.
So another dropped opportunity. Tempt actually started with the sweeping lens as well to get that you know, cheeky early level 2, but he didn't actually use it to kill a ward.
Yeah.
So I mean, it's not hard to find early game wards. They're usually very standard positioning there. But oh, nice, he gets the bounce on the Malefic Visions. But at least I think that was a bounce. So let's check out these stats right here. ESC won in round 1, and that that match had 40 kills in 70 minutes. So the games are probably going long, and they're going to be bloody. You can just see the KDA there, somewhat in Ever's favor.
Yeah.
We talked about the match record between these two teams, 5-0 so far. CJ has yet to ever beat Ever. So we'll see if they can do that tonight.
Yeah, that's what they're going to be trying to do, but I don't see them doing that with this team composition. And
Stranger
right now,
things have happened, LS. The favorite thing for me about LCK this season is that LS will make these very intellectual, correct predictions, and then the teams just do the actual opposite of everything. It's like, okay, well, I guess that works too.
Yeah.
It's like the best laid plans of Micemen and LS all go awry sometimes. So we'll see. If everything goes according to plan, though, ESC Ever are going to be scaling into a Monsters team.
Yep. If everything goes according to plan. Actually, right now, well, never mind. This always confuses me when this lane swap happens. I've sat down with pro players, and I've talked about this specific rotation, about the dropped opportunity to capture that dragon.
Here comes Totoro, channeling the stun. Nice dodge there, BDD.
Yep. Nice little sidestep.
Able to escape.
And the rotation against a dragon, you really have to wonder how much do you actually miss out on, given that the lanes are forcefully shoved back into you. Now, one thing that you do miss out on is you generally will tend to fall 100 gold down per laned player. So on the side lanes, you'll typically fall about 240 gold behind, which that can matter for an item power spike, but that's easily able to be circumvented.
Whoa, Totoro walking against the wall, is gonna get pinched there, turns around with a stun that doesn't hit anything but minions, and walks out with only 200 HP.
Yep.
I really want you to make your point about rotation, but Totoro decides to walk into two enemy champions. So
No, it's fine. It's fine indeed. So, nonetheless, we're going to commence into a more standard 4-tower opening. Now, the problem with the 4-tower opening is this directly plays into ESC's team composition, because if you look at all of their champions, with the exception of Lucian, all of them want to have 2 to 3 items. Whereas CJ ENTUS, they're capable of getting the ball rolling on the first item, or the first core item in a half, like a little bit of a core. Oh!
Okay, so Shai's going to double bounce his way on out of there, but now he has no escape for when Bless comes in, and that's actually just first blood for walking under turret against the Shen.
Okay, well, one of the things about Shen is you can't really tower dive him because he presses a button.
Yeah.
And then you can't auto him.
Oh my god, what a huge engage from Bless! And Totoro coming up with a follow-up stun, just really saying, no, CJ, you cannot get that top turret.
Wow, and Malzahar actually bullying Victor. This is something that's not a little bit natural. So I really have to wonder why it's happening. I wish that, we could see more of the mid lane matchup and see how this is occurring, because generally Victor bullies Malzahar.
Well, here comes the Totoro roam in once again.
Lots
he is
of pressure.
Really, and this is a very key thing to do here, the player thing to do here as well. The level 1, level 2 Taric roams. Well, this is level 3, really putting in, like you said, an uncharacteristic amount of pressure on BDD, who's already losing in a matchup that you said he should be a little bit more behind in.
Well, Temp should be behind in HP and mana, but Victor should actually maintain a CS lead until the first recall. Once the first recall comes in, Victor actually takes over against Malzahar until the completion of the first core item. Then Malzahar gets some fighting power back.
That's because of his Hex core upgrade, right?
Yeah, Malzahar can't keep up with the lasers, and it prevents Malzahar from actually spawning Voidlings.
Yep, turns out no Voidlings means you have no friends in the mid lane, and Malzahar definitely needs a lot of those. And he definitely has a lot of those later on with crazy Voidling spawns, but at least for right now, it's actually BDD who's behind in mana and having some issues pushing Tempt out.
Yeah.
Bless busy walking over wards.
Bless gonna come in here. He's gonna get 1 ward, so that's not so bad. And it's also important to note the wards are actually pretty valuable for junglers given the new experience. If they can get a few of them, that basically equates to the experience of taking a Scuttle Crab, which is pretty big. And lots of pings going down on the jungles right now. But take a look at the gold score. It's already a 1.2k gold lead when ESC is the one with the scaling team comp.
And so what really went into that big lead? Was it just that turret dive that went so badly?
The turret dive that went so badly.
Well, it wasn't really a dive. It was crazy.
It was a turret thing.
Right.
I don't even know how to really describe it.
When that thing happened that wasn't very good for CJ, yeah.
this is a horrible position right now for CJ to be. I don't know what they're actually trying to do.
There's also another thing that happened earlier.
Shen has 6. This can get... Okay, well...
He's 2 levels ahead of Shy right now.
2 levels ahead, yeah. Shy is probably feeling a little shy right now in top lane.
Yeah, he's not really wanting to be too social with Crazy, who is recalling on a ward. Talking about the win rate, when it comes to Shen and Gragas, you just win a lot of games for it. So ESC specifically a very high win rate when both of those champions are on their teams, mostly just because it turns out if you pick good champions, your team does good things. Obviously, it's more complicated than that. I can tell the inner analysis in LS's mind is like, oh my god, he's just said that good champions do good things. But it is true, and that's what the stats were saying for ESC Ever.
Yep. And, I mean... There's going to be a lot of pressure right now on bottom lane. Now, we also know that Gragas is about to play right-centric. The issue, though, is that both of the AD carries need a recall. However, Loken is less needing of a recall, given that his mana is not really facing any sort of problems. I'm also not sure if he's ahead in experience because of the top shenanigans. I would assume that he is, which means an earlier level 6. So we're probably going to see Bless pick up red buff, and now Loken actually coming off of that recall, opting in for tier 2 boots. We're probably going to see a play against Dragon now.
All right, I'm still looking at those triple rejuvenation beads in Crazy's inventory. It just looks weird, but it is actually appropriate so that you have too much regen for Shy to harass you out of lane. But Haru is walking sneakily, stealthily into these bushes. Crazy backing up, knowing that this minion wave is pushing forward. So still waiting to see what Haru's positioning is about. He was forced to recall from top lane. Now bottom lane, Totoro walking forward to allow Bless get this counter jungle on. Still waiting to see what the big next moves are for both sides.
Yeah.
I mean, there's Inferno Drake just sitting there, so theoretically teams would want to kill that at some point soon.
At some point in the... Oh, double red trinket. Unfortunate.
Disco party, man.
Yeah. Inefficient right there. And now Haru... Oh, Haru's been spotted out. This is actually really bad because it gives ESC Ever a ton
and they don't see Tempt here. Oh, Tempt walking... Oh, wow. Okay. I thought that was going to be way worse.
I don't know if they could have... I don't think they could have actually killed him. Malzahar again. Early on, he's a utility mage. At 3 items, he actually, like, evolves, and then he becomes an entirely new champion where he actually deals damage. So until...
Oh, there's the flash of long range. Nether Grasp setting up for a perfect explosive cast. A photo finish there for ESC Ever as they grab their second kill.
Yes, indeed.
Man, that just looked good.
That was actually very clean. They traded flash for flash, and then they were able to get that kill. And it's a lot easier to kill Victor because Victor can't... He's not going to be as durable as Elise, and then on top of that, Elise has the repel.
Right.
So that's actually really nice.
It's like, Bless, if you miss this explosive cast, you're actually just bad.
Yeah.
He's not even moving. He's suppressed for a long time, and you gotta hit those. And he does, so nice follow-up, mini wombo combo early. And that's what we were talking about for Malzahar. He's a utility mage earlier, and Bless coming in helping use that utility.
Yep.
Oh my god, it's just like
perfect.
But counterplay.
Yeah. My counterplay, yeah. Wow, CJ, though, going to be the ones that take the first dragon. And, you know, I mean, we look at this dragon, and the biggest amplification is going to be inside of that Jhin. Because Jin's AD gets absolutely absurd because of his passive.
Oh, walking forward. Malzahar's passive.
Malzahar's passive pretty good.
Yep.
Oh,
wow, he actually dodged that last shot, too.
And that's the most important one. So that's really unlucky. Well, not unlucky because it's skilled, but yeah.
Right. So for Kramer and Jins in general, usually you don't see them use the last one if they're not sure it's going to hit because they do want the reduced cooldown reduction, or the reduced cooldown from reduced cooldown reduction. That would actually be worse. Anyway, you usually don't see the last one, but a nice dodge there by Tempt. He'll be okay for now, but I guess that trade actually works out better for CJ because they lose their mid laner, but they get the first Inferno trade.
Yeah. And that probably is a very valuable trade. I don't know what the second dragon is. I wish I got a little peek at it. But we don't have that peek yet. That's going to be okay. Also interesting to note that Tempt actually elected for Sorcerer boots.
Oh, come on, Observer.
Just a little bit more to the left.
Oh. Trolling us, man.
Yep.
Okay, so Huh?
No. Oh,
I thought they were going to go for it.
if only Totoro roamed mid. Wait a second. Follow Bless.
He needs a cat bus to do that.
Bless needs to just move to the oh.
Wait, what is the name of that cat bus
What
that,
cat
that
bus?
Totoro rides?
What?
You've never seen my
No.
neighbor Totoro?
No.
That's literally where his name comes from.
Oh, is it really?
Wait, you just thought he named himself Totoro randomly?
There was a StarCraft 1 pro gamer named Totoro.
Well, yeah, but they both named it after
And he got fired.
a Studio Ghibli anime. Oh my god.
I'm done.
Oh yeah, same. This is another. I'm actually just pushing the ESC logo on the screen to escape, but it doesn't work. Oh, okay. Well, that explosive cask a little bit less
Yeah.
good.
You know what
from
though?
Bless.
Haru did get the blue, so
Okay. Yeah. Nice.
inadvertent win for ESC Ever. And Tempt looking like he's roaming top lane, looking to press that R key.
Oh man, the R. Crazy.
I think he
they
still
might
dies.
still kill him. Yeah, they're just gonna.
Yeah. Very skilled right here.
Yeah,
You'll notice
super
that he pressed
skilled.
the W key before the R.
Wow.
And then the E.
Oh my god.
That's where the skill really comes in. It's actually located to the right of the E key.
Oh my!
On the
But
keyboard.
how do you find it? You got to get some advanced scouting information on your keyboard
You do.
to find that stuff there. And then it turns
really
out you
tempting.
press them in the wrong order, and it still does the same thing.
Yep.
He still
That's
dies.
how that actually works.
Oh my god. Yeah, so Tempt doing Malzahar things this game. Just looked super great on it. And as a first pick Malzahar especially, it's not like CJ were unaware of what the possibilities might be. They still went with this team composition. They picked the Victor last pick as the theoretical counter pick. But they just went with something standard and not winning lane with that either in a matchup that, maybe Victor should have a small advantage at least early on. I mean, he's up 10 CS, but
That doesn't matter.
Yeah, Tempt
Yeah.
has those 2 assists, so it's completely even.
The other thing, though, for BDD is he must be up some Voidlings as well, which are not actually
That is
counted
true.
into CS, but they're almost as valuable as CS. They come in at 12 gold.
Right.
So, getting a few of them, if you get 10, that's pretty big.
Yeah, each Voidling gives you the 12
Yeah.
gold as well. So if Malzahar has spawned a lot of Voidlings,
Right.
and you kill all of them with something like a laser, that's actually just so much gold.
Yeah. One of the things that you can actually do against Malzahar as Victor is let him push the wave with the Voidlings and then let the maximum amount spawn, and then you actually just eat them all and be like, well, thank you.
I actually just got 100 gold, so.
Yeah. So that can be pretty problematic. So, but we don't know actually how that lane phase is going. I don't know if he's just putting a lot of emphasis on CSing with E and Q. But Morellonomicon also, by the way, completed for Malzahar. We didn't bring that up before.
We've seen the first major item completed by...
the dragon. I'm
Yeah, we're tilting LS over here.
I'm tilted. Oh.
Oh my god.
Okay, avatars. Oh, mountain.
Oh, it is a mountain Drake. Oh my god. At the same time, we're almost seeing the game end. No, I'm just kidding. But there's a flash engage there. Explosive cast repelled. A perfect way to escape from that one, but you can't escape for long, Haru. Sorry, man. You're
Jin
down.
can't actually deal damage. Like,
Oh, did you see the sunglasses come down from the Terracult? It's like,
What was
deal with
that?
it. No, it's
Yes,
the
to
Cosmic
deal with
Radiance. Is that not the greatest skin?
that is the best skin ever.
It's like almost as on that pool party Renekton level where he just spams his recall.
Yeah.
So good. In case you guys were wondering where I said that Tarek skin was my favorite, it's because of that. They have to deal with it glasses. And CJ ENTUS unable to deal with it in the... Oh my god, that's my best segue ever. Unable to deal with it in the bottom lane as they will take or lose their bottom outer turret. Bless dealing with the jungle there as well. MATLAB's going to like chomp that over the wall or something. I don't think you can actually do that. You can chomp over the thinnest walls in the game.
Can you?
Yep.
What, like golems?
No, well, like the walls off to the side of mid, like the super thin part.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
TIL. You can also do other things like you can devour from Tom Kench over those tiny walls too.
Well, you can use Tongue Lash to basically go anywhere. Tom Kench's tongue goes
But that only
anywhere.
works on minions though.
Minions and monsters.
Minions and monsters, yeah, but not champion.
Yeah.
Thankfully.
That would be the
Can you
best
imagine you
to
just
work.
devour somebody from like 500 range away?
Yeah, 6-stack Cho'Gath. Devour.
Oh my god.
Oh, man.
We need to, I need to see a Cho'Gath and a Tom
I wanna-
Kench both like eat each other at the same
Yeah.
time.
I want to see a Nautilus hook a wall and then Tom Kench like eat him. Like,
Eat
as he
him like
tries
over
to
the
run.
wall. Oh
Yeah.
my god. So many cool interactions.
My guilty pleasure is eating Bard out of Magical Journey.
He's just zooming right on by you, and you're like, nope.
So that's what we like. Now, Mountain Drake, though, CJ definitely wants to pick this up. They do not want to lose a Mountain Drake to a Malzahar, given that once Malzahar hits 30% CDR, his team is invulnerable, basically, versus neutral objectives like Dragon, Elder Drake, and Baron. Given the Voidlings just tank everything.
Yeah, it turns out if you have like triple Mountain Drake and a Malzahar, you just send
solo Baron.
Yeah, you just send 4 of your champions to like the other side of the map and have him solo Baron.
Yeah.
And we're not even joking about that. Like that's
I know.
absolutely possible.
Right.
If you do get enough of those. So CJ, they have the first Inferno Drake, and what we might have happen is where ESC Ever get an advantage, get a lead, and get ahead. But CJ have all of these like super strong dragons, so it evens out. ESC Ever, though, they do recognize that they will need to contest this objective, and they are in the area setting up for it, clearing out vision and walking into the pit. All right, so Mountain Drake has been aggroed.
Mountain Drake has been aggroed indeed. And Bless is even levels. I thought Bless was going to be up a level. So they will have even level smites. However, if Haru commits to this...
Oh my god, a big Gnar in there from Shy! An even better Cosmic Radiance, so ESC Ever actually not taking quite as much damage. And it's actually a good smite from Bless, even though Haru repelled on top of it. The Mountain Drake will go to ESC Ever. They will all escape with their lives.
Yeah, and now ENTUS looking to rotate mid lane, perhaps shred that tower to pieces, and they're going to look to raise this, which they're definitely... Oh, okay. Giving a lot of respect to just Bless, who is a lone warrior there.
He didn't even have explosive cast, so it's not like he could have knocked them out of position.
Yep. That's a little bit interesting. They don't have any like Sunfires or anything. I feel like they could have just ignored Bless and maybe taken the tower. Because he doesn't have that ultimate, and he was really low on mana. Anyways, nonetheless, huge victory. We're going to take a look at the replay really quick, and you can just see that Haru was thinking something else for that dragon. You know, he tries to land on top of it, has 1,000 HP, and then you see he smites at 1,000. So I don't really know what he's thinking there, and we can just see the problem with CJ's team comp. They actually don't deal damage because the Targ ultimate is too good, and the durability coming in from Crazy's utility and Malzahar's passive is just gigantic.
Haru actually just got so much gold. He killed the entire Raptor camp and like 3-4 Voidlings and the ward at the same time. That's making that money.
So he hit the lottery.
That is very...
There you go.
That is very true. So yeah, things going quite unfortunately for CJ so far. Have yet to get a kill. And versus ESC Ever, theoretically, just because of their game score against each other, you'd expect Ever to really have their number on a lot of different ways. I feel like Shy had a decent engage at that point, but just very little follow-up damage, like you were saying. CJ picking fights before they can actually commit to dealing enough damage to win them.
They can't ever actually win the fight. This is what we were talking about in the pick and ban phases. They can't win unless they win as players. The team composition is not going to have any sort of influence here. And what I mean by that is, imagine Shy solo killing Crazy, or Temp just getting solo killed by BDD, or just very chaotic game. Sort of like yesterday's series where... what's his name got caught out constantly in the early game? Ixu.
Ixu, yeah.
Ixu. Like, stuff like that, if snowballs like Ixu's deaths yesterday occurred, then CJ.
All right, here comes the stunning from Totoro. Hits no one. You will get locked out. Here's Blez starting things out. There's a nice Cosmic Radiance. It'll save Totoro. Blez also taking no damage there. Flashing forward. Will Crazy be able to find the kill? He will. Shy in the backline is going to drop. Kramer putting out absolutely no damage from the backlines. Oh my gosh, he's almost killing Totoro at long range, but he's going to heal himself up. Can't hit the Chaos Storm. Has to walk away from the laser right into Haru, and he will go down. So that's currently a 2-for-1 exchange. The fight continues. BDD trying to get in there for as much damage as possible. Low health for ESC Ever. They will disengage successfully.
Yep. And I feel like BDD actually escaping there is partially due to his sick juke on that taunt from Shen. Had he not done that, you can see that this trade would have been horrific.
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 There we go. The Haru did pick up the sole kill in that fight for CJ.
Yeah.
As a 2 HP Totoro just walked into him. But
Gragas is gigantic.
Yeah, absolutely.
He actually almost has the same amount of CS as like Jin and Gnar.
Oh my god.
He's closing in.
I mean, Gragas always a big champion, but super big in tonight's matchup.
Are you making fun of Gragas' size?
No, he's actually just a big champion.
Okay.
Like, It's just true.
Megan Trainor wants to talk with you.
I don't know. I feel like it's objective enough to make use of that. I mean, even if Gragas were actually just a tiny champion, his barrel itself is also just gigantic.
Yep.
I mean, there's some champions that are not as big as Gragas' barrel.
That's
actually
true.
there
There
actually used to be a bug where champion models would load in as much smaller than they actually were.
Oh. You know, what is it? Debonair Ezreal. That
Yeah.
thing is
It is
tiny.
actually a super tiny skin.
That is so strange when you're watching it. That's an advantage.
It's like
thing. I
watching
wonder if it's
an
allowed,
action figure
yeah.
walk over Summoner's Rift.
Okay,
Also,
so-
yes, Teemo very tiny, but thankfully we don't have to see one of those this game.
No, and now almost all the triple rejuve beads have been used up by Shen.
Just gotta work through those one by one.
Yep, one by one.
So of course, one of those going into the Tiamat, the other going into the Banshee's Veil, and one of them still yet to be used.
And right now at the score of 7-1, 4,000 gold lead for ESC Ever, and Malzahar gonna be
Wait,
looking
does
to
that pink
complete.
ward see the green ward? No, it doesn't. There's actually a tiny wall in between it.
That might actually be because of the angle.
Oh no!
it
Okay, so
does.
the
oh no, it doesn't.
No, that was the
That
razor
was-
sharp
Yeah,
buff from
they're
Haru.
mad right now. They're gonna complain. They're like, "Can we get a remake?"
It's like turns out walls are not you can't
Yeah.
see through walls. What's up with that?
Mm-hmm.
Oh wait, it actually is just relevant. Okay, I thought he was actually going to start
Cinderhulk
that.
doesn't.
No, Cinderhulk only
Oh, he
starts
doesn't have
when you
Cinderhulk.
aggro.
Wait. Yeah, he is runic.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay, well, wow. Attempt getting sniped out there a little bit by Kramer. Kramer, we talked about the amount of damage that AD carries do, and it has not been super high for Kramer, even though traditionally he is a very high damage dealing AD carry no matter what champion he plays. Still needs to step it up.
Nice. Nice handoff on to Loken right there with the red buff.
Even though Haru was in the area. No smite steal there.
Shy, I think, can actually duel. Or, well, he can't duel. I'm sorry. Crazy can actually duel.
Okay,
Alright,
come
well,
on,
his
man.
Shentons are actually.
Yeah, those are not on point. And here comes the rest of ESC Ever.
Nara's gonna die.
No, oh, ESC Ever. Oh, my
my.
God, crazy! You had one
What?
job. Oh, attempts flashing for it? What? What are we watching here? No! Okay, Shy still dies, but in the end, CJ just gonna walk to Baron because the entire enemy team is on the bottom half of the map. Now, Bless is walking up. He's gonna be able to escape alive, and even just his presence denying Baron.
Yep. Oh man, second Mountain Drake.
Oh my God.
ESC Ever is RNGing like gods right now.
That is so good for them. We talked about 3 Mountain Drakes to do for Malzahar to solo Baron. He might just get to a point where he could just do that anyway with so much additional damage to major monsters. He is looking so scary.
Oh yeah, their ability to just shred Baron right now is such a real threat. If CJ even just missteps, like if Kramer shows in bottom lane and Shy's out of position, even by just a little bit, you know, if he's too far behind a tower or something, they can just light Baron up in probably 6 seconds.
The other thing that's actually so crazy is, okay, well, besides the player, is that, so Tempt first picked the Malzahar, and we've seen him do it, I think, 2 or 3 times this game. Shy will overextend the bottom lane, and Shy thinks to himself, it's like, wonder what happened last time I did that. It's like, oh, Malzahar came down and just ulted me and I died. And so he's like, well, I don't see Malzahar on the map. I have no vision in the river. What could be happening right now? And he just dies again. So you were actually referencing yesterday's series where Ixu would continually get caught out the same exact way. It's exactly what we're seeing here. Also, Ruler did the same thing yesterday as well as Sivir. He would just walk down the bottom lane and die 2 or 3 times in a row. Not really respecting it
so much. Now, the thing that I don't like right now is, yes, even though ESC is the scaling team comp and they are just 1 item away from being like, hey, we win, I feel like given their advantages and their map position, they could actually really just enforce their lead a lot harder on CJ right now.
We referenced the 5-0 game score earlier, but for ESC Ever, this match actually does matter a lot. For CJ, they're locked into relegations. ESC, not quite so much. It's still maybe not completely in their hands, under their control, but with a 2-0 tonight, they can definitely make a strong case for securing their spot in LCK next season. They might not be making it to playoffs, but they will at least still be in LCK, but they do need to win this series 2-0. For that to be possible. So trying to establish ward control, although that's being limited by both sides. Yeah, the wards have a very short lifespan in this game. Lots of sweeping. It's very clean Summoner's Rift.
And look at how fast that tower goes down.
Where did it go?
Yeah, the true damage plus the red buff.
The disappearing turret act.
Oh, that's actually just so strong.
In the match points earlier, it highlighted Loken and Haru, but we were talking about the mismatch between junglers, and it doesn't get much more clearer than this. Bless just having a monstrous game. Not all of that is him. I mean, Temp's been setting him up a lot of times for these kills, but I mean, however you get it, 5-1 and 0 is, or 5-0-1 is a super good score. Bless on point this game.
Oddly enough, I think the player that's been performing the worst, at least just in terms of this game, but still doing well, has been Crazy with his missed taunts. But he has the
what's
best
up
KDA.
with that?
Yeah, he has the best, best KDA. Kill participation.
Oh, the best KP.
KP.
Yeah, there we go.
Kill death assist. He has 7 to 0.
Well, yeah, but kills are worth more than assists, though.
What? KDA. I know in the West they almost always leave out assists when people are talking.
KD.
Yeah, it's so strange. In Korea, they really value assists as well.
Well, in Korea, they really value a lot of things, like being able to walk outside my apartment at 3 a.m. and get a Whopper.
That's pretty good.
Can make it happen.
Or you can have it delivered to you.
That is true for no additional. Oh my God, it's so good. All right, well, we're watching Bless sort of exert his power out on Summoner's Rift. He stands in there and doesn't really afraid of anything right now. Red buff last time stolen away by Loken. Can he get it again? He does! Oh my God.
And I really like Bless's timings on the smites to directly just synergize with Lucian's auto.
He's got his trigonometry on. It's like, well, if I deal 526 damage to this, then the incoming auto attack trajectory will hit it. He's basically a scientist.
Yep.
Professor Bless on Summoner's Rift, calculating those red buffs, giving them over to Loken. Grabbed a couple so far.
This is so strange. They could actually just W over the wall and have Loken solo Baron with the Voidlings.
That is so... I have to avoid using the word crazy because he's actually a player. But yeah, absolutely. Just walk on Baron right now. So many Voidlings. Those 3 items almost completed for Tempt before he becomes an absolute monster. A literal god, LS.
A literal god, indeed. Oh,
okay, well, Totoro.
He's like, yeah, I'll just heal most of that up.
He's like, I actually don't take that much damage. He has a completed
They
locket.
can just kill this with an E, yep.
And down it goes. It's not London Bridge, but it is still falling down there in the top lane, and actually in almost every lane. The only
Is he trying to kill the lane? Yeah, he is. He was trying to kill the Spiderlings.
Gotta get that gold, man.
Yeah.
So the only outer turret remaining, and here we go. This is exactly what we're gonna see.
Just, what are you doing?
No, you actually just click on the Baron and kill it. That's what happens. Wait, what? Oh, okay.
No.
This is the Baron Conservation Act. It's been passed on Summoner's Rift.
They might just be trying to play as safe as humanly possible because of the relegation threat looming.
Right. They could also theoretically use the Baron as an objective to force a fight if that's what they
here
want
we
to
go.
do.
Here we go. This is what I was talking about.
All right. Let's count it. Let's count it down. We've got like 5, 6, 7, 8, 9.
Doesn't count. They're 2-manning it.
Yeah. Okay. That is that is true. They're actually just gonna one-shot the Baron, essentially.
And now Dragon coming up. Can ESC RNG like a god?
Oh my.
Another Mountain Drake.
If this is another Mountain Drake, then all your objectives are belong to us. It is actually the
Ocean Drake.
The Ocean Drake.
Yep. Worst dragon in the game. Which is interesting because it used to be Cloud Drake, who got tired of being called a clown.
Yeah, so he got buffed, yeah.
He evolved.
And now
it's like Magikarp into Gyarados. Like he got really tired of it.
Well, theoretically, it would be
this is the Magikarp Drake.
Yeah, it would be the Magikarp Drake needs to evolve. That'd be so cool if instead of like Elder Drake, you just had evolved forms of every elemental dragon.
That'd be nice.
So sick.
Yeah.
I like the way that it is now, and actually it's been a lot more fun to see different kinds of dragons on Summoner's Rift, even if they do different different things.
Jin's build, by the way, is
highly suspect.
Yeah.
So ideally, you want to go Youmuu's Ghostblade into Duskblade of Drakthar.
Yeah, but I think the problem with the Duskblade is it's not going to do anything to the team comp of ESC. But I can't see the reasoning behind Lord Dominic's, because he's not going to be auto-attacking that frequently.
We need to have a missed taunt counter for Crazy. That one
this guy can't taunt anything.
He wasn't supposed to taunt anything there. It just reminds me. I get a little bit of bad memories there. Crazy will be on the top of the map. He's got teleport up, but okay, he does have his ultimate up. It looked like it was on cooldown there for a second. But yeah, so Crazy can come in at any minute, getting a split push on up in the top lane. Nobody really moving up to stop him either, so he's actually going to get major turret damage down. Crazy is actually killing the base turret right now, so CJ should probably do something about that.
Interesting that Shy got a Guardian Angel because he wants to die twice in the team fights.
We'll see. He's been on point with the engagements, but they haven't actually converted on anything. And no way to stop this bottom inhibitor from going down. That's going to get pillared out there, taking a little bit of damage. And the Subjugate is down, but Bless will actually be the one.
Yeah, he doesn't take damage.
To escape almost unscathed.
Oh, they did get Totoro. Oh,
Does CJ really want to take a fight here? I don't think so.
They do not want to take a fight. Notice how there's no summoners used yet. They might really try this, but I don't know. And now Totoro's gonna pick up that blue buff. Gigantic, by the way. The AP increase really helps Malzahar while he has that buff active. And the cooldowns are nothing to scoff at either. So definitely hurts when Malzahar has blue late game.
Absolutely. He's almost level 18 as well. So
yeah. So he already has the most powerful passive that he can get.
That is very true.
So, right now we see Crazy doesn't really care about Gnar in bottom lane, and we continue to just see ESC Ever break down the walls. And also, I mean, the Guardian Angel on Gragas also makes it that much more difficult to really commit to him as a target. Because not only does he take a long time to kill, it also is going to take so much time that regardless of where his team is, when you jump on him, you can't go like...
Okay, well, Tempt is actually just going to get one shot, so... Malzahar, oh my god, Loken's actually going to go in and kill Kramer 1v1. Now here comes the Taric ultimate. We're going to be dealing with it. ESC are going to deal with CJ here, or are they? Shy actually jumping on in there. Loken very low. He does have that the Mob Malmortia's passive, so he can't actually heal up if he deals any damage. But with Totoro flashing backwards, CJ ENTUS are going to crush this fight. Now, Crazy's actually a literal god here, so he'll be immortal for now, but
yeah.
CJ finding the picks that they need to keep themselves in this game.
Yeah, they went 1 for 2 in total, but they did lose a tower. So gold-wise, ESC Ever still comes out ahead.
Ever on top of things, they do break the base, and I think they were half health down on that inhibitor as well in the top lane. So
and they didn't have Tempt, who is one of the key components to their team composition. So if he's there, it's not just a champion being there, it's also Voidlings. And the Voidlings, they absorb skill shots, they tank, they constantly provide CC via their allies. When he's there, it's a completely different fight. The only way CJ can find a way back into this game is via picks like that constantly, but they're going to need more than that.
And it should be noted that while we're talking about how Tempt is very crucial, BDD he's not Flame Horizoning, but he has like a 70 CS advantage, so that's actually kind of huge. Saw the same situation yesterday for Crown in the mid lane, where he was farming his way through matchups while his team was behind, he was just powering through the minions to try to be as strong as possible and help out his team when it came down to it. Haru escaping with the repel, will be able to get out of there alive. Culling used by Loken, but that should be back pretty soon.
Yep, Culling gonna come up relatively quickly for Lucian, you can see.
While we're talking about Flame Horizons, Loken's about to Flame Horizon Kramer. That CS difference is slightly massive. And one more CS, there it is.
One more.
100 CS advantage over his lane matchup. Loken, pretty strong at this point. Here comes in a very strong ESC Ever into the enemy base. CJ will not be able to defend this inhibitor. Bless is barely
combo
moving.
pillar to actually get Temp's passive. But
And
it comes back up.
There it goes. An explosive cast mostly for disengage there. Haru walks up and gets, is going to go down a nice nether grasp there. Shy will revive with a Guardian Angel, but not for long. He's going to be bouncing his way in with another flash. Oh, Crazy! Crazy's flashing on him, but he can't get the kill. Nice try, man. But in the end...
so many missed taunts. Oh,
how does he miss every one? Either way, the inhibitor goes down, and that is the major takeaway from that. 2 inhibs down at this point, and ESC Ever, they've got a lot of objectives they can go for. They can chef up the mid lane, look to pressure mid. They can back off and take Dragon that's up in 10 seconds, and even Baron's up in 30, so lots of ways to win this game.
Yeah, let's just take a quick look at this replay, and here is the team fight that I was talking about in Champions. Like, you don't deal damage to this comp, but they kill you real quick.
Absolutely. I still hope that they show Crazy flashing on in to try to kill Shy when he respawns.
Yeah.
He bounces, flashes, and then, oh.
That's a little unfortunate right there.
Oh, Crazy.
So-
We love you, though. He is, he's doing incredibly well there. Like you said, ESC Ever just do not die.
There's nothing CJ Comp can do.
Yep.
I think that in LCK Summer, this is the biggest domination in terms of draft that we've seen all split.
I mean, we have seen perfect games, but
We've seen perfect games.
That's
but that
very
doesn't
well
have to do-
executed, but
right.
yeah, it doesn't have to do with the draft itself.
The draft, this is, I don't even know how to really describe this. This is, it's pretty bad.
And CJ are picking champions. The champions do stuff,
yeah.
just not a lot of stuff.
That reminds me of like a
team
season
comp.
2, that's probably like a season 2 draft phase conversation. Like, well, this guy does something.
That's true.
This does something too.
I went back and watched some of the Season 1 World
They were
Championship.
so-
And I was just like, well, this champion is used to do this thing that it very generically does. Oh, okay, well, Haru's going to stand very still for a while. Proto Belt's not going to get you out of that
another
one.
taunt.
Man, Crazy on point. Round of applause for this guy going in. Here's Bless again with a perfectly executed combo. And Bless just, oh, so good. Like a finely aged whatever Gragas is carrying. Probably Coke Zero.
Yeah.
Either way, last inhibitor will fall. Bottom one did respawn, so ESC Ever will take down that one in post-haste as they enter this base. Post-haste in the base. Nice try for Totoro trying to flash in and get that kill. He'll die to the last, second to last proc of Chaos Storm there. So BDD will find one. Oh, Crazy!
And that'll be the end. Malzahar gonna finish that up.
Yeah, 400 CS now worthless as BDD is out of there. Even though Crazy's taking Duskblade of Drakthar damage, he's not going to last for very much longer. And neither will CJ ENTUS as ESC Ever crushed the base. And at 40 minutes, we'll take a 15-4 victory over CJ ENTUS.
Yeah. So anyways, I'm glad that the draft unfolded the way that it did. Well, not that the draft unfolded, but I'm glad that the game unfolded the way that the draft unfolded.
Yes. Much
that
like
was a domination. That was, I don't even know.
It was, yeah, that was like, I don't know, sledgehammers and nails, man. One is meant to hit the other one really, really hard, and that's exactly what happened. Mad Life, he's like, I made it out of space prison only for this.
Only for this.
Not a great showing for CJ ENTUS. Now CJ has the largest player roster in LCK this season, so plenty of substitutions possible, but is that really the answer for a CJ ENTUS team who've looked very shaky all season long? And while ESC Ever may have started the season very well, they need to finish it well here in order to avoid relegations. Game 1 win will certainly help them do that, but they need to lock down this second match in order to really put themselves in a strong chance of avoiding relegations. Longzhu specifically in a lot of trouble, even though they're currently in 7th place. Need to move up, or I think they're currently in 8th place. We will see if CJ can come back, or if ESC Ever will escape relegations in Game 2 coming up next.
The best defense is defense. Use everything you have to protect your alliance. So, send a dozen choppers when one chopper will do. Build walls twice as high as you need. Join me and strike.
모바일 스트라이크 지금 앱스토어에서 무료로 다운받으세요.
나는 오늘 내 아이에게 남자를 선물했다.
코란도 스포츠가 아니면 경험할 수 없는 세상. 더 뉴 코란도 스포츠 2.2 탄생.
New experience, Corando Sports.
리, 더 퀸, 커리 퀸. 바삭한 치킨에 향긋한 커리, 금빛 커리의 전설, 커리 퀸.
컷!
그냥 한 번 더 갑시다. 전지현 씨 BHC.
The best defense is defense. Use everything you have to protect your alliance. So, send a dozen choppers when one chopper will do. Build walls twice as high as you need. Join me and strike.
모바일 스트라이크 지금 앱스토어에서 무료로 다운받으세요.
가차 없다. 합성 첨가물에는 가차 없다. 좋은 재료가 아니라면 가차 없다. 건강 앞에는 가차 없다.
교촌은 이런 치킨입니다. 교촌 치킨.
야, 젊음이 좋다 좋아. 아주 그냥 쌩쌩하구나. 감사합니다. 수고도래.
아 예전 같지 않다.
지금 몇 살로 살고 있나요?
젊음을 지키는
대한민국 청춘하세요.
The best defense is defense. Use everything you have to protect your alliance. So, send a dozen choppers when one chopper will do. Build walls twice as high as you need. Join me and strike.
모바일 스트라이크 지금 앱스토어에서 무료로 다운받으세요.
슝? 합체. 이건 마치 살아 움직이는 느낌인데 머리를 흔들면서 수염을 없애고 있어.
2,500만 명의 선택 플렉스볼. 아직도 안 써보셨나요? 질레트.
잘 봐, 네 안에 뜨겁게 불타는 열정. 볼케이노 핫하지, 뮤직이네 핫하지, 국내 볼케이노. 전쟁과 함께 국내 볼케이노.
준비하라.
야 지인아 왜 못하는 거야? 진짜 오글거려서 보고 있을 수가 없네.
언니.
왜?
가만히 누워있다 왜 갑자기 그래? 여기 내 자리거든?
답답해서 내가 뛴다 뭐 이런 거 몰라?
가서 머리나 묶으라고.
하나까지 나왔으면 이제 한 번 쉴 때도 됐잖아.
싫다고. 내 자리라고.
한 번만 나. 내가 한 번만. 그래서 오늘의 챔피언 갱플랭크 방광갱플로 다시 또 모습을 카운터급 효용을 보여주기 때문에 기존의 치명타 갱플이 아닌 방광갱플을 쓰게 되면서 다시 등장했는데요. 요즘 맹활약을 펼치는 챔피언 쉔을 상대로 카운터급 효용을 보여주기 때문에 다시 주목받고 있습니다. 갱플랭크 스킬 활용 중에 가장 어려운 부분은 화약통을 연계해 적절한 타이밍에 터뜨리는 것이라고 할 수 있습니다. 화약통을 너무 멀리 연계하려다가 중간에 끊겨서 불발되는 경우도 있으니까요. 갱플랭크의 W 스킬인 괴혈병 치료는 CC기를 한번 풀어줍니다. 때문에 갱킹을 잘 당하지는 않지만 방심은 금물입니다. 지난주 아프리카 진해외 경기에서 활약을 펼친 트레이스 선수의 갱플랭크에 대해서 좀 더 탐구해 보도록 하겠습니다. 갱플랭크의 화약통은 적군에게 안 보이는 곳에 숨겨뒀다가 새로운 화약통과 연계해서 사용하는 것이 좋습니다. 잘 보이지 않는 곳에 숙여놨다가 도주할 때 터트리면서 슬로우를 걸어주는 모습입니다. 벽 뒤에 화약통을 설치한 뒤 EEQ 콤보로 상대방에게 많은 딜을 넣는 모습이죠. 갱플랭크의 화약통은 방어력 관통을 가지고 있기 때문에 한타 싸움 때 최대한 많은 적 딜러가 맞을 수 있도록 화약통을 잘 연계해서 사용하는 것이 좋겠죠? 갱플랭크는 기본적으로 탱커가 아닌 딜러이기 때문에 탑솔로로서는 쉽게 볼 수 없는 건물 철거 속도를 보여줍니다. 이를 이용해서 순간이동을 가지고 있을 때는 과감하게 백도어를 할 수 있죠. 갱플랭크의 궁극기는 상대방이 이니시를 열 때 받아치는 용도로도 사용되는데요. 적의 이니시 챔프가 아군 쪽으로 깊게 들어왔을 때 상대방 딜러 라인에게 궁을 써주면 진영이 붕괴되는 효과를 볼 수 있습니다. 자, 그러면 오늘의 선수를 한번 전화해보도록 하겠습니다.
잠깐!
왜?
아 저리 가. 내가 전화 내가 할 거야.
아, 나 트레이스 선수 좋아한단 말이야.
나 하면 안 돼. 이거 나 먹어. 안녕하세요.
안녕하세요.
네, 반갑습니다.
네, 안녕하세요.
갱플랭크의 초반 아이템 어떤 때 만화 수정이 가고 어떤 때 부패 물약을 가나요?
만화 수정 같은 경우는 상대 라이너가 좀 편할 때 좀 많이 가는 부패 물량은 이제 상대가 좀 딜견도 빡세게 고르고 그럴 때 가는 편인 것 같아요.
핵심 특성 어떤 것을 사용하시나요?
예전에는 자치 되게 많이 들었는데 요즘에는 천둥군주 들어가지고 궁으로 약간 킬 먹거나 라인전 좀 더 순간적 딜링을 좀 더 많이 하는 게 좀 추세인 것 같아요.
라인전 상황에서는 어떤 식으로 딜 교환을 하는 것이 좋은가요?
주로 견제만 하면서 들어오면 술통 터뜨리고 도망가고 약간 이런 치사하게 라인전을 하는 게 좋아요.
혹시 링트럴님 아시나요?
네, 알고 있습니다.
군대 가는 우리 언니한테 한 말씀 해주실 수 있을까요?
제가 공필자로서 한 말씀 드리자면 군대도 생각보다 나쁘지 않고 먼저 가볼 만한 곳이라서 가서 재밌게 놀다가 오신다는 느낌으로 갔다 오시면 될 것 같아요.
알겠지? 오늘 주간 챔피언에서 함께한 갱플랭크 어떠셨나요?
도대체 너가 한 게 뭐가 있다 그래? 내가 다 했지.
안 들려?
전화하면 다야? 나도 할 거거든. 매일 할 거거든. 매일 할 거거든. 다음주부터 나도 할 거거든.
이제 얼마 안 남은
LCK
마지막까지 주간 챔피언과
함께요. 나도 할 수 있잖아. 나도 할 수 있잖아. 나도 할 수 있다고. 나도 안녕할 수 있거든. 안녕.
With all of my brothers, I always wondered how far we could go. If we could break through the ceiling above us, there'd be no point of us looking below. We could be free. We could be free. Finally, we could be free. I've been through the darkest of caves and suffered on the steps of the Ember Road. Painted with passion, my favorite color. Mercury slowly.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome back to LCK tonight. CJ ENTUS kind of backs up against the wall as ESC Ever had an incredibly well-played early game number 1, thanks in part to plays like this from Bless and Tempt.
Yeah, Bless was absolutely on fire this game. He got the first blood going. He set up Tempt. Well, Tempt helped set him up, but he finished the job.
And you're seeing that combo over and over again. Well, that time he didn't get the explosive cast off, but he's still enabling these kills to happen. Just incredibly well played.
And he also won this Dragon Steal.
Yep, smite fight against Haru. It's actually really close, but he smites at like 1,000, and then he just takes it down afterwards. So, and plays like this.
Yeah, this was a little bit wonky. This was mostly due to, in part, Greed actually missed taunt, I think 3 times.
I think it was twice.
Twice, right. He would have missed the 3rd one, let's be honest. So, and then we had this going on where Tempt actually got killed, but it didn't matter because they traded him for Kramer and ended up securing the tower.
And this just happens over and over again.
Yeah, over and over and over. They can't deal damage. Again, as I said at the end of last game, the worst draft by a professional Korean team, I think, in the history of League of Legends esports here.
Well, at least we get to end this highlight reel with Crazy actually hitting a taunt, so MVP performance there.
Crazy.
But no, this is definitely a Bless MVP. Across the board, lots of numbers lighting up there. 73% kill participation, felt like it was actually higher, but an incredible score there at the end, 506. And really the 0 deaths, maybe half him and then half the CJ ENTUS draft composition, which just really had no way to kill either Gragas or Shen that last game.
Yep. And, I mean, they had no real reliable answer either to find a way to break through to get to Malzahar other than picking him off in that one instance where he was just out of position.
Right.
So hopefully going into game number 2, CJ does not actually put the dirt on top of their own grave, and they have a better draft.
I mean, actually kind of impressive. I mean, at some point, when you're piling more dirt on your own grave, it's like, well, how are you doing that? Because you're already underground. But maybe that's the impressive thing here. For CJ ENTUS, this is a team that has many, many issues, and in a lot of ways reminds me of like Samsung last year when they were trying out a brand new roster after losing white and blue. They're like, well, what do? We just get new players. Well, those new players did not work out, but for CJ ENTUS, there's a lot of old players, and with no substitutions coming in here to game number 2, we'll see if they can turn things around with exactly the same team.
All right, so I wouldn't be surprised to see CJ actually ban Malzahar, now that actually it would be correct because ESC Ever's on red side. And, you know, I mean, Sky's not even being subbed in, so they might stick with the Talia ban.
Also just kind of interesting, maybe that's a ban that they had prepared just in case Sky was playing, but you got to change that based on the players you're playing against.
Right.
They're not going to do it, and they will ban that Malzahar, so that definitely makes sense. The Vladimir coming out, just a target ban against him. Interesting that they would prioritize banning the Vladimir over the Varus, which I think is by far his best champion. But Hecarim ban makes a lot of sense. Just wanting to take that away from either Shy or Haru, specifically Haru.
Yeah. And final ban, Nidalee. You do not want to give Bless his Nidalee. This is also patch 6.14, so Nidalee is still, well, in 6.15, she's still good, but
she's not as good.
Yeah.
So finally, what's our last ban going to be for ESC Ever? They could just limit BDD's champion pool. Banning Gangplank is, I believe, the sort of the safe way to go here. So we should just see that round out the ban phase whenever they decide to lock it in.
And Gnar.
Okay. I mean, that does leave Gangplank up, and that should be the first pick here for CJ.
Yeah, so they might have a plan against the Gangplank, and that's what they're trying to do. They're trying to entice CJ to actually pick the Gangplank. But that'll be a little surprising. Okay.
So it is the first pick Gangplank. No real question about that one. ESC Ever have 52 seconds to change their Teemo pick. If they desire that. Riven, champion, we haven't actually seen a few Rivens this season. I don't think it's necessarily a champion you can pick quite this early, but yeah, there's the lock-in on Varus for Tempt. Kind of interesting prioritization from both of these teams, really giving away sort of obvious answers.
Uh-oh.
Oh, God.
CJ might die to do it by going out with the bang.
Well, they do have the Malzahar off the table, so it won't be as easy for Bless to set up those combos.
Yeah.
But with the Varus ultimate, I mean, it kind of does the same thing. It's just going to lock you down and set up for a. I mean, at least you have to aim the Varus. It's not just a click suppression.
That is true.
So for CJ
we might actually see.
What changes this game? If they just go with Victor and Azir on BDD, I feel like that's really limiting.
About. Yeah, I would hate.
Who even sings that song? I hate everything about you.
3 Days Grace.
Oh, well.
There you go.
CJ ENTUS has had an entire season of grace, period, but has not worked out for them. Although BDD going with the Blanc here would be an aggressive pick, and he is locked in versus Temp's Varus. I feel like while this may look like a counter, Tempt is so good at playing Varus that he definitely knows how not to put himself into dangerous spots.
Yep. Oh, and they might have just given away the ability to go AD Echo, or Trinity Force Echo.
So,
which, you know, Trinity Force Echo.
It's the new hotness in top lane.
It's the new hype. So we might actually see it come out.
I mean, in our last series yesterday, Echo was the key.
Echo won every game.
Yep, 100% win rate yesterday, and I think just the new builds for Echo so strong. The other option that you can go is maybe with an Echo mid lane and then Varus AD carry, but I don't think that's really viable. This time around, we might see Loken with the Jhin. We talked about Jhin in our last series just during the break and decided that he is probably not a great champion to pick into a big tank wall.
Taric, however,
especially Shen.
Very good. If you cast that, you know, preemptively, you know, before Gangplank casts his ultimate, it can be pretty bad for Gangplank.
Now, we saw Shen very highly prioritized in our last series, and he's just like not even on the board at all this time around.
Yeah.
Could that have been why ESC didn't ban the Gangplank so that it would be picked instead of having to worry about giving away Shen?
No, I don't think that's going to be the case. I just don't think that Shen is a big priority for ESC here. And I don't think it has anything to do with color at all. You know, Crazy also did not actually perform that good on him. Like, let's be honest. He must have missed something like 20 taunts.
Right, you can't really miss the phase dive from Echo. It actually just targets onto the enemy champion. Now, Kramer will get Ashe this game. Ashe was banned out in Series 1 by ESC Ever. Now it's going to be allowed for Kramer to play that. And with Mad Light taking guard away from Totoro.
Ezreal's typically not a Loken champion. Like, he's not something that you necessarily associate directly with Loken in recent weeks. But he is a pretty powerful champion here. I think Ezreal actually is the best AD carry pick.
Jinx is not the best AD carry pick.
Jinx is not the best AD carry pick.
Man, how the times have changed. Last season, Jinx was all over the place. Now, I think we've seen it played once in NA LCS, and it did not do well. So it might have been, I think it was NA LCS. But yeah, the Sivir pick definitely makes a lot more sense.
Okay, yeah, Sivir actually works equally as well. Lots of synergy there with Gragas, Taric, Echo.
Also Spell Shield, Ashe Arrows, and the initial sigils coming at you from LeBlanc. But
I got that crystal ball, man.
Damn, you're so good, LS. There the Ezreal for Loken. All right. So this is setting up to not necessarily be like a full poke composition, like with a Nidalee in the jungle.
They have
and
so many gears again.
But
that's the whole thing.
Lots of flexibility.
One of the things about ESC Ever's team compositions is there's not a lot of extremities, but there's a lot of gear flexing, which basically it enables them to go into a lot of modes relative to how the game is being played. Another, interesting thing is this isn't a team comp that can't get up aggressive in your face just because they have a double tier, 2-tier lanes. If Ezreal gets a lead early on, he can really just inflict the pain onto you. Equally, the same goes for Varus.
And especially Temp's Varus. I mean, we've seen this guy be a monster on that champion all season long, and it just hasn't been prioritized. And so maybe CJ were thinking, hey, we've got BDD's LeBlanc, and he can counter that matchup. Well, ball's in his court, and while the tiers may be items for ESC Ever, they might be IRL for CJ after this series, because this series determines a lot for ESC Ever. Will they make it into LCK next season, or are they going to the promotion tournament? We're going to find out after this series. A 2-0 would definitely make a strong case.
Yeah, they need
ESC
this
Ever.
win.
They certainly do, and we need to get into game number 2. So if you guys want to share your thoughts with us, hashtag CJ win, hashtag ESC win, and let us know what your thoughts are as we get into game number 2 right now. Still huge cheers from the crowd, and if that had an in-game manifestation, CJ'd be looking pretty good right now. But they are down 1 game against the ESC Ever, who have once again a very strong draft coming into game 2.
Yeah. CJ's draft not nearly as bad as game number 1. Then again, it would. I mean, I think the only draft in Korean history that might be on par with that was Team Dark's.
Oh my!
When they did the Cloud Templar draft with the 5 smites, I believe that might be up there. But still not quite. CJ still takes the cake.
Yeah. So you guys don't know, during the break, I saw LS like don a disguise. He like turned into Reach and walked into the booth, and he's like, guys, don't do that again. Draft these champions, they're better. And so now we have a different situation here, although very different comps for both teams coming out. No sweeper for either mid laner, so we're not going to see those cheeky level 2s early off of killing wards. And we've got a long way to go for Ever, but do need to break their loss streak. You can see there they'll have wins, then loss, win, loss, win, loss. And currently on 2 losses coming into this game. Now, their most recent win, I believe, was versus MVP. They 2-1 that series. Stun does come out on the Mad Life, but that's mostly just cosmetic at this point.
Yeah. And nothing really chaotic going on, but it is important to note that Loken gets a very, very big experience lead over Kramer.
Some poke opportunities here for Loken.
Oh, this is a nightmare.
Yeah, he's going to try to pinch them. He actually does hit with that mystic shot onto Kramer and dodges the volley counter. So already a great lane starting things up on this double lane swap up to the top half of the map.
Yeah, and he's going to see Ezreal, already level 2. But not in a position to really inflict any pain because there's too many spellcaster minions for CJ right now. So now the problem is ESC is going to be able to initiate a freeze, at least temporarily, until Ashe is able to break that up with the volley of arrows. And in mid lane, we see that they're going even in CS right now.
Yeah, but BDD definitely able to play a little bit more aggressively, especially given the lane position.
Yep.
Actually, he was giving up a little. I mean, he was definitely very little in game number 1. Well, okay, so let's talk about this. BDD did a great job in game 1. He was out CSing Tempt like super hard, but then their duo lane in the bottom just was completely ineffective. Kramer was down 100 CS. He was on Jhin, a champion that is just not good at killing champions like Shen or just tanks in general. So some questions that are definitely being answered this game. Kramer's on a much better AD carry. It's just a different team comp overall.
Yeah, the team composition from CJ, it also has a lot of gears. You can have picks via the Ashe Arrow, you have Assassination, you have counter split push. I don't really think that they have split push though. Trinity Force Echo, he can run a long distance. He's like Usain Bolt. He can go the distance, you can't run from him. So, not going to really have the split push gear that they can activate themselves, but they do have the ability to stop Echo's split push. But I think it does come at the cost of using the Gangplank ultimate.
Well, here comes a very sneaky Bless towards the bottom half of the map. Dives are definitely possible here, but he will be scattered out on a ward coming in behind this turret. So Shy will know about that, and that okay, well, no one from CJ is reacting to that at all. So if this does turn into a dive, then CJ had all the time in the world to react to this. Very possible.
Oh, and it looks like Crazy was able to deny the recall.
Oh my god, here we go. Bottom lane, we are going in for the dive. Nice stun in there. Shy immediately Wait.
Nice actual trade.
Okay,
I
that's
think
actually
they
just
could have
so smart.
executed him.
Okay, well, Kramer might die here. He is Ignit, so he will be taking reduced healing for things like that Bard Shrine. That's actually just a great trade from ESC, but they do use a lot of summoner spells. Heal from Logan, and now perfect gank timing from Haru. Knock up onto Totoro. He is out of there. It was a very well-timed oh no. You could see that ESC Ever were thinking the exact same thought.
Yeah. So, oh, they might be looking for more. Can they?
They're gonna run out of minions.
Yeah, they're gonna run out of minions for sure. I think that they could have killed Gangplank in bottom and actually still escape.
Especially since teleport is now 4 seconds. Like, you really have to wait so long for that TP to come in.
Right.
Go in, get the Gangplank, and then go out. I mean, theoretically, it was still great to blow the teleport off of that, but probably could have gotten more. And losing their own top lane, not the way ESC ever would have liked to start off the game.
Yeah.
And so now all teleports are down.
Yeah. Teleport's not available for anyone.
I mean, Haru's going to have Void Rush, which is kind of TP-ish here in a couple, or one more level.
And the game for CJ, or game number 2 for CJ, off to a much better start than game number 1.
In our match points earlier, we talked about how Haru was going to be key for CJ. And in the games that CJ has won, Haru always kind of leading the charge there. We've also seen Haru's Rek'Sai just absolutely go off. Now, sometimes that's not enough to win them games, but it's still very effective. Usually getting more kills better than getting less kills.
Yep.
That's my expert analysis. Oh. Bottom lane, Crazy continuing to put the pressure on the Shy.
Crazy has ultimate. Okay. Yeah, a little unfortunate.
That's those failfish moments where you walk right on top of the Echo Clone and he ults back onto you, and you're like, oh, I just walked on top of that, didn't I?
Yeah.
So Shy avoiding that, but Crazy still willing to play aggressively in that matchup. BDD going back, and again, immediately the Varus ult does come out. We've got help here with Totoro coming in. Here's Bless. Will he be enough to find the kill onto Haru? Will tunnel away to safety.
Nice 25 gold pick.
It's like 2 Voidlings. It's like secretly the LeBlanc clone is 2 Voidlings just standing on top of one another. That's why it gives 25 gold.
Yeah. Now Bless is level 6.
Aha.
So BDD, no flash. Bless no longer having flash, but that's okay. Also, how is Crazy 2 levels ahead? What? I'm saying.
Look at the CS difference as well. He's up like 25 CS.
I'm not quite sure what's going on. Not sure what's actually. I don't know how that's happening in top lane.
It's like when you go to
because Gragas absorbed some XP.
Right. It's like when you go to Twitter and you go to type something in. Twitter just says what is happening.
Yeah.
Like that. Couldn't have said it better myself. Need to take stock of exactly how that matchup is going so badly. Crazy just on top of things, and he will be building the like super aggressive route. Sheen first into Phage coming up. So here we go. A nice body slam there to try to stop some of the damage from coming in. Bless gonna go down there as Haru eats him up, and Shy snipes away his first kill of the game with a cannon barrage.
Yep. Oh, a little dicey. Okay. And he's gonna pick up 2. Wow, then that's a lot of gold as well.
It certainly is. Okay, Crazy actually just committing to that on the Shy. The Z-Drive resonance allowing him to disengage. Oh man, my voice is not having a good night tonight. Yep. So Haru has been very, very impactful for the team so far, and it was like game number 1, it was Bless going off. This time it's Haru. So
I said it was gonna be a battle of junglers, which game number 1, Bless got everything started with that first blood. Then he set Tempt up. Well, Tempt set him up. He finished the job for him. Got the kill onto BDD early. He was everywhere.
Yeah, and Bless already has more deaths this game than he did in the entire game 1. Yep. So not
KDA ruined.
Well, actually, one death doesn't ruin your KDA.
I think it says infinite on OPGG.
So it just makes it not infinite?
I think it says infinite until you die.
Well, realistically, one death not going to cut the division by any more. Just makes it not infinite. Okay, BDD going forward immediately.
That is so much damage.
Oh my god, Haru! How do you do it? He didn't even need BDD there. In fact, BDD distortion back over the wall to avoid the piercing arrow damage from Tempt. He was ready to give up on that, but Haru was like, no, we are going for that extra Tiamat damage. Is so strong.
Yep.
Really taking it to Bless. This is Haru's revenge match.
Oh man, well, BDD also doing a fantastic job this game. Nice CS lead actually in mid. I think he's about to be 20 CS up after that.
Well, here comes Haru up the top lane. A nice Asher immediately onto Loken, but he's going to turn gold in there off the Tempered Fate. Bound against the wall there by the Cosmic, finding exhausted out there, but trying to turn it back around. He goes down as Kramer sights him out, but here comes Crazy. He's able to find one kill. Will he find this parallel convergence stun? No, he won't. He's actually going to go through the tunnel, taking a lot of damage, but he's actually so tanky right now. And he's dishing it out as well there. Crazy holding backwards to heal himself up, and even though Shy is about to teleport in, it doesn't do it. So that's going to be a 2-for-2 overall and even trade.
Yeah, that was a 2-for-2 overall, but I think that CJ committed a lot more resources to that than ESC Ever
Shy didn't ult.
He didn't have it.
Okay, so it just came up afterwards.
It just came up.
I was like, I looked as soon as the fight finished and it was up, and I was like, well, wait, he could have done that, but no.
They're going to reinitiate lane swap now, and they mostly actually want to do this. So
let's take a replay of exactly what happens here.
So
Loken just gets dominated.
Perfect Mad Life ultimate. I think Totoro, had he flashed into the ultimate, maybe that would have been better. Because then that definitely would have skewed the fight a little bit more for ESC Ever, but it doesn't matter. Just missing that lockup on Haru, but it didn't matter anyway. Tempt came in, got that assassination off with that arrow, and Shy teleporting in, but it was relatively late, and they didn't really accomplish anything out of it. But going back into the game now, lanes are back to normal. Top laners in top, bottom lane in bottom lane. And both teams really want to pick up that Mountain Dragon.
Very true. We all saw how important Mountain Drake was in game number 1, with Tempt taking that one and then every objective subsequently.
Yeah.
So keeping an eye on that. And it certainly looks like CJ are in the driver's seat right now. They've got a jungler who's just everywhere. A very strong performance so far. And very refreshing to see, like, Kramer doing much better in the 2v2 matchup. Kind of got dominated in game number 1. In the mid lane matchup as well, BDD still very strong. 20 CS lead right now over Tempt, who, I mean, does have that kill, so that's nice and everything, but the game not snowballed out of control just yet. There's about a 1,500 gold lead, almost 2K, but we're starting to see maybe some momentum start to be gained by CJ as they're going to go in for this blue buff steal. They will take that one away. BDD happy to pick this one up, but will they commit to this dragon?
Yeah, and that blue buff steal actually really hurts Tempt because he needs that blue buff to sustain inside of the laning phase and become a lane bully. However, it's like Bless moving in for some counter jungling of his own. If he kills that, okay. Did he kill the tunnel, or did the Rek'Sai tunnel actually create and then end that one? I didn't see the +5.
Rek'Sai tunnels, how do they work?
Yeah.
Theoretically, on the Eternum Rek'Sai skin, they would actually not go through the ground, but
going down. Oh, okay, they know.
Okay.
Wait, what?
Oh,
the barrel detects?
No. It was just barely over the wall. The ward in the Tri-Brush.
All right.
Saw that one out. I was like, man, if you could pop that with a barrel, that'd be so sick.
Yep.
No razor sharp for you. Kramer actually tanking 2 turret shots before going in for what could have been a dive. Bind against the turret. Loken's just getting so harassed here. He's had the arcane shift away. Mad Life disables the turret there. Loken, will he stay alive? And no, not in time. Cosmic Radiance getting a lot of damage blocking on, but Totoro is going to get popped up and taken down. CJ, the huge dive on the bottom lane.
I don't know what to say this game. Ezreal had Flash, and he chose not to use it. Maybe, I mean, I guess his thought process is that he's planning to use it for a more important fight. I mean, yeah, we take a look at the replay.
Like right
Kramer
here,
has ultimate too, and they didn't even bother to chain it, which I think is a little bit risky. It's not going to matter anyway. The ultimate comes in and actually hits Totoro, and then they're able to finalize the kill onto him. Tons of CC coming out.
And just no realization that that duo lane was about to get dove for ESC Ever. They just didn't react to it at all. I mean, if you have like Varus there, he can like stop the dive from even happening just throwing out his ult. That hits.
Yep.
Lots of ways to prevent that, but you have to see it ahead of time. ESC lose their duo lane again. Man, Loken and Totoro are just getting smashed this game.
Yeah, and it's important to note that if Ever doesn't win this game, then they need to win both in their next series.
That is true.
To avoid relegation.
Out of both series, Ever need to come away with 3 wins. Or they need to come away with...
they need to come away with
plus
3 wins and 1 loss minimum. Yeah.
So they just have to be +2.
Yeah.
Off of their next... Off of this series and
They
the
need to go
next
3-1 regardless. 3-1 or 4-0.
Yep.
They cannot go 3-2. Can't go 3-2.
No, you certainly cannot. You need to pick up those wins. ESC Ever, and I think much easier to do that in this series, and especially versus CJ. Now, CJ have not proven that they can't win games at all. It's that they can't win series, and while they have won, I think 2 so far, they have picked up a lot of 1-game wins. In fact, out of their last 5 games, they're on I think a 5-game loss or a 6-game loss streak.
CJ ENTUS are like, given their fan base and like their roster and stuff, they're like the 1900s Boston Red Sox. Like they just don't win anything. They have really not very good records, but huge fan base, and sometimes they do beat the top teams.
And that's what's so like incredible is that you look at these teams and CJ ENTUS, I believe they took a game off of SKT last time they played in that sort of crazy 3-game series. And we're watching that and we're like, this is a team that literally has won 2 series all season long versus the team in second place, SK Telecom, and they're still taking games. So anything possible, and it certainly does look like CJ ENTUS are poised to take down this series. But it is kind of worrying to see. I mean, they're up about 4,500 gold at this point. They're starting to get that momentum down. But the problem with CJ is you can never deny their ability to forget how to close out the game.
Yeah, and one of the also interesting points about ESC Ever is they are historically one of the best teams from coming back from giant gold deficits.
That is very true.
They love defensive. Well, not necessarily. No one loves to be forced to play defensive, but they are extremely skilled at playing defensive and down inhibitors.
I'd love to see the stat there. You'd have to. What would the statistic be? It would be wins with largest gold differences. So you'd sort by largest gold difference and then just look for wins in that column. I'm actually going to go check that out because it does seem like they have a propensity for making that happen. Now Haru getting blasted back behind the turret. Here comes the Cosmic Radiance, so no damage to be done here to ESC Ever. Haru, though, will be able to escape alive miraculously.
Yep.
Tunnels are good things, man. He will escape with his life. CJ's still looking for action here around
Bard
the corner.
doesn't
but
have a gender. That's why he's not mesmerized by Taric.
Oh, that is true.
That's what's going on.
Like, sorry, man, your charms don't work on me. I'm actually just a... What is he? He's a...
Taric's barking up the wrong tree right there.
Taric's just like, hey there. And Bard's just like, what sound does Bard even make?
I
was gonna make a Bard sound.
He makes a chime.
Yeah, I can't actually make a chime noise. I was unprepared. It's like there are some sounds in Korean that I still have like problems making.
Yeah.
I have problems speaking all of Bard's language, so not gonna be. It's like all those nerds out there that know Klingon and stuff. It's like, no, I actually just can't speak that language at all.
Yep.
Same thing with Bard.
Well, now the gold deficit actually reduced to 4,000 and about to be a huge pickup in top lane in terms of gold. 2 minion waves approaching onto Crazy, so we're going to see that drop a little bit more. And the issue is all the gold is, inside of kill streaks right now. So the shutdown gold is going to be gigantic if they do manage to get it. Now CJ finally making an attempt to get a dragon here. I feel like they could have gotten this a lot sooner. There would have been no real contention coming out of ESC because, again, they have no ability to really threaten or contest dragons at all right now until those tiers are completed. And one of the tiers is completed on Loken. Well, into Monomune.
Right. So he's got the first evolution here.
Yeah.
He's still got one more to go.
Squirtle became more turtle. That's what's going on.
So good, man. Bite was such a broken ability.
Yeah, it was.
Oh my god. It's like, well, you just flinch all the time and deal damage. Okay, so Haru's going to get stunned up there, but it might actually be Totoro's in a little bit of trouble. Haru's going to go in onto him, knock him up there, and Man, Haru just does so much damage. Totoro forced to flash away from BDD, distortioning in. And ESC Ever pushed off once again. Now, Crazy's actually doing pretty well in this 1v1 matchup. Both top laners have their Trinity Forces completed, so somebody's going to die when they start fighting each other. But Shy is entrenched underneath his second tier turret. Ooh. Crazy definitely on top of that matchup.
Wow. That was a lot of damage.
I think we were also impressed yesterday with the Varus damage.
Yeah, that was really...
Oh my god!
Okay.
Okay, speaking of lots of damage, Loken, gotta get that QSS on, or some amount of magic resistance, just to not blow up to BDD.
All right. Well, that was...
And Totoro, he's got a shield on Bulwark, but the extra armor is not going to cut it versus BDD's LeBlanc.
LeBlanc is this interesting champion. I mean, a lot of people talk about like the imbalances of Azir and Victor and stuff, but every time you see LeBlanc with just like 1.5 core items inflict pain on like an AD carry or something, you really wonder like,
oh, he's
natural?
trying to do it again.
Yeah.
Loken just has to play so defensively at this point.
Oh, man. Well, it's not something that Ezreal doesn't want to do. Generally, he is one of the most defensive. Oh, my God.
Loken just actually can't lane anymore. And that's actually kind of interesting to see ESC put Loken consistently in that lane matchup.
Yeah,
like, just get him out of there.
I feel like this is that book. What is it? Freak the Mighty. Ezreal like sitting on Gragas's back right now as he's like, help me lane. Oh man.
How does he do it? Haru actually did get the smite there on the
Haru getting some revenge for game number 1.
Camp. Yeah, his smites were not on point in game 1. Well, they were, but did get outsmote several times. Well, here comes Haru tunneling under to secure the kill on the outer mid lane turret, but it should be noted that's only the second turret of the game taken by CJ. So while they've been winning these fights and picking up kills, objectives have not been going down so far. So only 2 turrets down.
Yep.
Still a lot of infrastructure up for ESC Ever.
Echo also with the Dead Man's Plate, second item. No magic resistance yet, so LeBlanc still, well, speak of the devil, no magic mantle comes in for him. It's probably going to be Mercury Treads. For his boots, that's the only thing that I can really expect to see, because there is so much CC coming out of CJ ENTUS' comp.
Absolutely.
Tenacity would help a lot. The issue is, though, is even though ESC Ever is down a ton, they have a perfect team comp for turtling. The Varus arrows are just going to completely clear the minion wave. And if your only sort of engagement is Mad Life pressing R on a turret and Gangplank pressing
crazy.
R.
Walking a little bit too far forward. He's going to try to base dive his way out of here. Mad Life coming up to the top lane as well. The chain CC Crazy should be able to ult himself back out, and it just barely gets caught by that Tempered Fate. Mad Life on point in the mid lane. Also, we're going to see Shy contribute with the Cannon Barrage to clear out the wave to keep ESC Ever from continuing their push there as well. And off of that death, CJ should be able to take a second tier turret in the top lane. Yep. ESC Ever also being prevented from rotating up as well by Haru and Mad Life coming down.
Oh, okay.
Damn. All right, well, CJ playing very, very well. Nice dives, and once again, ESC Ever just totally unaware about that dive's potential.
Yep. And things not going very well for ESC Ever. Almost 10,000 gold down in 24 minutes. This is one of the worst situations to be in. Now, one thing that is going well for... Okay.
CJ are actually pretty low at this point. Tam going in for the snipe! Almost on point, but CJ will get an uncontested Baron.
I thought he actually...
That was so close.
Yeah, that was...
It was so close. And at this point, like a fully charged Varus arrow is going to deal 500-600 damage to Baron.
Yeah.
I might be a little optimistic there.
Yeah, let's just take a... Okay, why is this a replay? Well...
Okay, well, spoiler alert, guys. Crazy
dies. A few moments ago, Echo's bringing us back in time, actually. He wants us to feel his pain.
Moments later.
Yeah,
Crazy.
So Crazy gets locked up by... And you know what? Even if they didn't finish him here, you know the game can go through.
Just to snipe him out there. It's like a point play.
He had to
targeted
escape
Karthus ult.
so many ults.
Oh, Shy. Never change. And so that is Baron buff for CJ ENTUS, a big swing, starting to solidify their now 10,000 gold lead, almost, just hundreds of gold away from that one. This game is starting to get away from ESC Ever, and along with it, that might be their tournament lives.
Yep. And I mean, this is potentially CJ is actually in the relegation. They're like, come with us.
They're just trying to spoil ESC Evers.
Yeah.
They're
really sour.
They're the Balrog trying to pull Gandalf down with them into the promotion matches.
Yep, that's exactly what's happening. So we'll see if ESC can actually pull a miracle out of their hat and come back in this game, because everything is stacked against them. Twisted Fate stack deck doesn't have a thing on this.
Need to make sure to maybe start counting the cards at this point, because they're gonna need some help from somewhere. Backed up behind their second tier turret, continuing to take damage from these cannon minions, pushing in. And auto attack. And auto attack. Gotta take that guy down. An Ash Arrow sniping Temp there. Cosmic Radiance just barely in time. Temp, though, will get assassinated in the backline by BDD. Who's currently golden there, but CJ shouldn't lose anyone. Oh, BDD turns around and still finds the kill there. Harvard picks up one, Kramer with another. 11-2 the score, and only Loken and Crazy surviving for ESC Ever.
BDD has teleport, so he's probably coming right back.
He can even use that.
He's gonna lock up the towers.
Yeah, as soon as it starts hitting the minion, invulnerable thanks to a now much longer teleport. Kramer, very low, but still alive there. BDD going deep for it. CJ ENTUS off of his back will take game number 2, 12-2. The final score versus ESC Ever.
Okay, well, yeah. Both games have been absolute blowouts. However, CJ a lot quicker with their blowout.
Their game was blowier.
Yeah,
out.
More blowier out.
More S blowier. There we go. Just domination. No questions about that. And like we highlighted earlier, junglers really impacting this matchup. Game 1, Bless never died. Game 2, he only died.
Yeah.
So big contrast. Of course, an almost equally good performance there by Haru, 5-1-6. You guys are so good, but need to have the rest of their team kind of help them out a little bit there. We'll find out who will come away with the victory here in game number 3 coming up. And MVP, who gets it for that series?
Probably BDD. How consistently he forced out Loken from bottom lane and how much disruption he just caused on the map was insane.
Absolutely huge. Honorable mention maybe there for Haru, as he did pretty much the same thing that Bless did in game 1.
Yeah, it's a little difficult. I mean, if Bless got it in game 1, then Haru is a candidate probably for game number 2. But BDD's control of the mid and late game, well, they didn't really reach late game, mostly due to, in part, BDD's influence.
Right. There were even some times when BDD would like go in, but then distortion back out, and Haru's like, no, we're picking up that kill, and he would go in and take it down. So some potential there for some MVP points coming out. We'll find who will be our MVP for game number 2, as well as get into game number 3, our final game of the night, when we come back here from this commercial break. So don't go anywhere. Tell your friends, get them in here. Game 3 coming up after this commercial break.
The best defense is defense. Use everything you have to protect your alliance. So, send 12 choppers when 1 chopper will do. Build walls twice as high as you need. Join me and strike.
모바일 스트라이크 지금 앱스토어에서 무료로 다운받으세요.
나는 오늘 내 아이에게 남자를 선물했다.
코란도 스포츠가 아니면 경험할 수 없는 세상. 더 뉴 코란도 스포츠 2.2 탄생.
New experience. Corando Sports.
커리 더 퀸. 커리 퀸. 바삭한 치킨에 향긋한 커리. 금빛 커리의 전설. 커리 퀸.
컷!
그냥 한 번 더 갑시다. 응? 전지현 씨 BHC.
The best defense is defense. Use everything you have to protect your alliance. So, send a dozen choppers when one chopper will do. Build walls twice as high as you need. Join me and strike.
모바일 스트라이크 지금 앱스토어에서 무료로 다운받으세요.
가차 없다. 합성 첨가물에는 가차 없다. 좋은 재료가 아니라면 가차 없다. 건강 앞에는 가차 없다.
교촌은 이런 치킨입니다. 교촌 치킨.
야, 젊음이 좋다 좋아. 아주 그냥 쌩쌩하구나. 감사합니다. 수고도래. 예, 들어가죠. 아, 예전 같지 않다.
지금 몇 살로 살고 있나요?
젊음을 지키는
대한민국 청춘하세요.
The best defense is defense. Use everything you have to protect your alliance. So, send a dozen choppers when one chopper will do. Build walls twice as high as you need. Join me and strike.
모바일 스트라이크 지금 앱스토어에서 무료로 다운받으세요.
슝? 합체. 이건 마치 살아 움직이는 느낌인데 머리를 흔들면서 수염을 없애고 있어.
2,500만 명의 선택 플렉스볼 아직도 안 써보셨나요? 질레트.
잘 봐, 네 안에 뜨겁게 불타는 열정. 볼케이노 핫하지, 뮤직이네 핫하지, 국내 볼케이노. 전쟁과 함께 국내 볼케이노.
왜 못하는 거야? 진짜 오글거려서 보고 있을 수가 없네.
언니!
왜?
가만히 누워있다 왜 갑자기 그래? 여기 내 자리거든?
답답해서 내가 뛴다 뭐 이런 거 몰라?
가서 머리나 묶으라고.
하나까지 나왔으면 이제 한 번 쉴 때도 됐잖아.
싫다고 내 자리라고.
한 번만 나와. 내가 한 번만. 그래서 오늘의 챔피언 갱플랭크 방광갱플로 다시 또 모습을 카운터급 효용을 보여주기 때문에 기존의 치명타 갱플이 아닌 방광갱플을 쓰게 되면서 다시 등장했는데요. 요즘 맹활약을 펼치는 챔피언 쉔을 상대로 카운터급 효용을 보여주기 때문에 다시 주목받고 있습니다. 갱플랭크 스킬 활용 중에 가장 어려운 부분은 화약통을 연계해 적절한 타이밍에 터뜨리는 것이라고 할 수 있습니다. 화약통을 너무 멀리 연계하려다가 중간에 끊겨서 불발되는 경우도 있으니까요. 갱플랭크의 W 스킬인 괴혈병 치료는 CC기를 한번 풀어줍니다. 때문에 갱킹을 잘 당하지는 않지만 방심은 금물입니다. 지난주 아프리카 진해외 경기에서 활약을 펼친 트레이스 선수의 갱플랭크에 대해서 좀 더 탐구해 보도록 하겠습니다. 갱플랭크의 화약통은 적군에게 안 보이는 곳에 숨겨뒀다가 새로운 화약통과 연계해서 사용하는 것이 좋습니다. 잘 보이지 않는 곳에 숙여놨다가 도주할 때 터뜨리면서 슬로우를 걸어주는 모습입니다. 벽 뒤에 화약통을 설치한 뒤 EEQ 콤보로 상대방에게 많은 딜을 넣는 모습이죠. 갱플랭크의 화약통은 방어력 관통을 가지고 있기 때문에 한타 싸움 때 최대한 많은 적 딜러가 맞을 수 있도록 화약통을 잘 연계해서 사용하는 것이 좋겠죠? 갱플랭크는 기본적으로 탱커가 아닌 딜러이기 때문에 탑솔로로서는 쉽게 볼 수 없는 건물 철거 속도를 보여줍니다. 이를 이용해서 순간이동을 가지고 있을 때는 과감하게 백도어를 할 수 있죠. 갱플랭크의 궁극기는 상대방이 이니시를 열 때 받아치는 용도로도 사용되는데요. 적의 이니시 챔프가 아군 쪽으로 깊게 들어왔을 때 상대방 딜러 라인에게 궁을 써주면 진영이 붕괴되는 효과를 볼 수 있습니다. 자, 그러면 오늘의 선수를 한번 전화해보도록 하겠습니다.
잠깐!
왜?
아 저리 가. 내가 전화 내가 할 거야.
아, 나 트레이스 선수 좋아한단 말이야.
이거 나먹어 이거 나먹어. 안녕하세요.
안녕하세요.
네 반갑습니다.
네, 안녕하세요.
갱플랭크 초반 아이템 어떤 때 만화 수정이 가고 어떤 때 부패 물약을 가나요?
만화 수정 같은 경우는 상대 라이너가 좀 편할 때 좀 많이 가는 부패 물량은 이제 상대가 좀 딜견도 빡세게 고르고 그럴 때 가는 편인 것 같아요.
핵심 특성 어떤 것을 사용하시나요?
예전에는 자치 되게 많이 들었는데 요즘에는 천둥군주 들어가지고 궁으로 약간 킬 먹거나 라인전 좀 더 순간적 딜링을 좀 더 많이 하는 게 좀 추세인 것 같아요.
라인전 상황에서는 어떤 식으로 딜 교환을 하는 것이 좋은가요?
주로 견제만 하면서 들어오면 술통 터뜨리고 도망가고 약간 이런 식으로 치사하게 라인전 하는 게 좋아요.
혹시 링트럴님 아시나요?
네, 알고 있습니다.
군대 가는 우리 언니한테 한 말씀 해주실 수 있을까요?
제가 필자로서 한 말씀 드리자면 군대도 생각보다 나쁘지 않고 먼저 가볼 만한 곳이라서 가서 재밌게 놀다가 오신다는 느낌으로 갔다 오시면 될 것 같아요.
알겠지? 오늘 주간 챔피언에서 함께한 갱플랭크 어떠셨나요?
도대체 너가 한 게 뭐가 있다 그래? 내가 다 했지.
안 들려?
전화하면 다야? 나도 할 거거든. 매일 할 거거든. 다음 주부터 나도 나올 거거든.
이제 얼마 안 남은
LCK
마지막까지 주간 챔피언과
함께요. 봐봐, 나도 할 수 있잖아. 나도 할 수 있다고. 나도 안녕할 수 있거든. 안녕.
With all of my brothers, I always wondered how far we could go. If we could break through the ceiling above us, there'd be no point of us looking below. We could be free. We could be free. Finally, we could be free. I've been through the darkest of caves and suffered on the steps of the Ember Road. Painted with passion, my favorite color. Open the life when the story gets old. We could be free. king. Kick through the shackles, walk through the chains. So there's no one to blame but you. I said, make myself a king.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. LCK tonight, 1-1. CJ ENTUS dominating their way back, tying up this series. And we're starting to see why they're Haru. Monstrous performance that last game, and just over and over again, setting up these ganks that put CJ into an incredible lead.
Yeah, his Rek'Sai was pretty phenomenal. He was basically able to keep up, out-level, well, not necessarily keep up, out-level Gragas in the later stages of the game, and he was just everywhere that he needed to be at the correct time. You see this, he's going to kill Loken.
Like, a wild Rek'Sai appears, and
and the Ash Arrow. It looks like it missed, but actually it was aimed perfectly.
Yeah.
Picks up the kill onto Totoro.
Over and over again, just great Ash arrows from Kramer. Really solid performance after a game one where he just looked very non-interactive, let's put it that way. And BDD also going off this series, crazy dives like that. He finished like 4-0, I think it was.
Yep.
His performance there. So a deathless performance from BDD and a crazy amount of setup from Haru. Easily both deserving the MVP. We'll see which one it is. Sonokong IB MVP is Haru. So Jungler Knight here at LCK, 92% kill participation. Just insane performance from both junglers. And while it might, I want to see a game where they're both going off instead of just them taking turns busting each other. Like that's kind of been what it has been, just jungler on jungler action. And we'll see if he can do it again this series. It's interesting, they're wearing their dog shirts in their MVP photos, but they're not wearing them here tonight. They have these little dog pictures on their shirts. They're so cute.
Bless not looking...
No, man. He got dominated. He did nothing but die last game. 0 kills, 0 assists, and CJ ENTUS have to be feeling good about themselves. Momentum, big for the team. That was one of our match points about trying to get some momentum through this win coming into the promotion matches. You have to be confident in your matches, or in your play coming up. So game number 3 coming our way. We saw a super questionable draft from CJ in game 1, much better in game 2, and now coming in here to game number 3, picks and bans. We'll see which CJ we get to see this time around.
Yeah, and there's been no swap outs, so...
Nope, no subs.
Yeah, now what bans be the same? We're gonna have Talia, Hecarim, and then X, and then CJ Malzahar.
Yep, there's Talia.
There you go. CJ Malzahar, maybe Varus, probably
Oh, well, those Malzahar, all right.
Yeah.
You're so smart, LS. How do you know? Every time. It's like you've seen this before.
Yeah.
Only 2 games in a row. Yeah, all right. Well, we're 4 for 4 so far. Let's keep it going. What's the next ban going to be? Are we going to go back? Yeah, there's the Ash ban from game 1. All right, we're looking for a Gangplank ban or Gnar ban here. I'd say Gangplank a little bit more deserving of that.
Probably, yeah. It could be Gangplank, or it could actually just be the Varus. Well, okay, it's going to actually be something else. You're going to see...
Here in... There it is.
Yeah.
So Vladimir, I remember the first time Vladimir was banned, he had a 0% win rate. Now he's all the way up to 43%.
Yeah.
Kind of got to take that guy away. He's super strong. So the Vladimir and the Malzahar banned away from 10th. So really kind of tunneling him on towards that Varus pick. But that does mean that without the GP ban, Crazy will be the one to pick that one up here in game number 3.
And Gangplank, I mean, it's almost predictable that you know that Gangplank's coming. Now, Echo being on the board, not so sure if Shy can actually play him. In terms of the new variation of the Trinity Force Echo, but it looks like that might be a Diana hover. And it might be real. Diana...
We haven't seen Diana this season at all.
Diana, I don't think has been seen.
I don't think Diana has been played in any region this season. If it has, tweet it at me, let me know, because I want to watch those Diana games, but where's it going? Our hope, our dream. It's not going to be this time around. Shy, either going with the Shen. Yeah, Shen a very shy champion.
I'm sad. I wanted to see Diana. When's the last time she was played in Korea?
Oh God.
Had to be like over
many
a year.
moons ago.
Many moons ago, indeed.
Get it? Because Diana.
Once in a blue moon.
Yes. Ha We've got our lunar humor on tonight, guys.
Yeah.
our jokes are occluding
I want to see
the
a
actual
bottom.
game.
I want to see a bot lane where like the AD is solar and the support's lunar.
Oh my God.
That's what I need.
That would be that synergy.
Yeah. Throw away Loken Key, okay? Like that doesn't.
Oh my
It's
God.
supposed to be like lock and key, but no.
It should have just been
Piglet
LOK
and Pooh.
and
What other combos are there? Are there any in other regions? No.
I don't know. I always say Sangyun and Snowflower together because they're sort of like they're very closely tied, but their names don't synergize.
Yeah.
So let's actually get back into the draft here. Once again, we see the Comfort Lucian pick for Loken and a flexible Karma locked in, and it might actually be BDD to go to the Varus.
I really, really, really just dislike Karma because it tunnels your team comp into doing one thing, and while she is relatively strong, it's not something that I think should be used as a third set option. Yeah. Also because of the way that she has to itemize, even though her base AP scaling is really strong, if she falls behind, she falls really far behind.
Very, very true. So definitely have to keep an eye on the Karma pick to see where it decides to go, mid lane or support. Could also go top lane with a mid lane GP, but we don't have any dirty top lane Karma pickers in LCK this time. So still waiting on these lock-ins, 5 seconds left, and it's going to be the Bard takeaway from Totoro again here by Madlife. I said that he took it away last series, but Tarek had already been locked in. So this time, unless that is a support Karma, it's actually taking it away. ESC Ever, a team that is very used to playing with Bard.
Gragas versus Rek'Sai, this has been the matchup tonight.
Oh boy. Yeah, Bless did not show up last series, so either the Gragas or the Elise, either one. Great way to deal with that. Looks like it will be Elise and Thresh, so setting up for some big picks here, or big pick champions.
Well, I mean, the Elise pick, it is one of it's one of his best champions. It's a part of his big three that he rose to dominance with on the Korean solo queue ladder. The other two being Kindred and Italy. And then obviously his Rek'Sai is very, very good. Gragas, I think, is actually his weakest of his jungler pool.
Well, it also
Maybe
hasn't been
recently.
in the meta forever either. And there's the Thresh lock-in. 70% win rate on Thresh this season. Holy cow. That is way up there. And especially if you're one of those Thresh gods, if that's your champion, it's very much like Lee Sin or Zed. It's very mechanical. Gotta be good at it. Totoro definitely is. The last pick saved for a mid lane counter pick. No surprise there, but with a Twisted Fate. Is this BDD? BDD's cosplaying Mickey tonight. Is trying to get his TF on. It'd be a very global team composition with the Rek'Sai, semi-global, the global ult from Ezreal coming in, and of course Stand United and the Destiny Gate. But yep, going in with the LeBlanc or not. They're just switching it all up. I think they do want to go with a Twisted Fate. At least that's what it seems like. TF and a very global or semi-global team composition here from CJ. Not often you get a chance to see these.
And the timer hit 0. Madlife did not lock in. Dynamic Q has abandoned the group.
But it will get locked in either way. Unfortunately, that's not the way it actually works.
Now, one of the things that I do have to point out is that while Shy is probably very comfortable on Shen, I think it's also one of the champions he rose to, or he used actually in the very early stages of his pro gaming career, although he has been reworked. I don't trust ENTUS to pilot a Twisted Fate composition, because even if they do get ahead, they don't know how to close. Last game, they closed thanks to Baron, and just the advantages were too big. Right, it was like 12,000 gold or something.
At that point, yeah, you kind of walk into the enemy base and stuff happens and you win. If you have the team synergy to play a Twisted Fate, a global team composition, then you should be winning games where it's just team synergy that's winning it. But they've shown a remarkable lack of that over the course of this season, which is why they've only won 2 series all season long. So Twisted Fate will require a lot of coordination, but do they have what it takes to make it happen. And while we're talking about the TF, it has been the jungle picks this time around. Both jungle players have been insane. Bless came out game number 1, game 2 it was Haru, and now we get to see Bless versus Haru coming into our final game of this series. This is it for tonight, guys. One game to rule them all. We'll find out which team will be coming out on top forever. It is very important. If they win this game, then they will still have a chance at avoiding the promotion match. If they lose, then they are stuck down there, and Longzhu will escape it. But let's get into game number 3. Let's go. CJ pretty popular, which is actually kind of...
wouldn't know why.
Well,
no.
exactly.
Well,
like,
back in the old day, they used to be.
Well, exactly. Like Mad Life could be on a challenger team, and 50 fans would show up to the match anyway.
Yeah, that's probably true.
It's kind of insane when you look at them being in last place after having an incredibly lackluster season, and even like thinking about next season. If CJ get relegated, that's an LCK without CJ. CJ ENTUS has competed in every Champions tournament, so you just thinking about that is actually kind of insane.
That's also interesting because CJ actually owns OGN.
That is very well
on GameNet.
Yeah. So it should be noted that CJ is the sponsor. The E is ENTUS, and ENTUS Pro Gaming is the name of the team. Very similar to ESC Ever, where Ever is the team and ESC is their sponsor.
Right. So that would be very strange to be, you know, running a tournament basically, and your team's not a part of it. Anyways, as this game commences, in terms of team compositions, as I already said, CJ ENTUS, I do not trust them to play this team composition because they have not really shown us over the course of this split that they possess the ability to pilot a complex comp like this.
Very complex. We're going to see some nice 2v1 action as Totoro gets the double play backwards, but takes a lot of damage from red buff comparatively for this early phase of the game, and is still going to be trying to maraud the jungle here if he goes down.
Oh, he's going down more.
Hopefully we get a chance to see that. No, he's going to back off there. Okay. Lots of ping. So CJ needs to show more. I feel like that's a very nice way of saying that their 6-game loss streak is not a good thing.
Yeah. And Gangplank already headed up to the top. Mad Life not going to find anything on this roam. So CJ already off to a very, very slow start. We know Gangplank is already up there. He's already pushing down that tower. And I'm pretty sure that ESC's tower raising speed is a lot faster than CJ ENTUS's.
6 shield blocked there by Tempt, right on top of the blue. From the blue card coming in.
Wow, they're probably right now halfway done on that tower, and CJ ENTUS hasn't even started it.
Well, that's kind of a hard thing, at least for me to see, maybe for a lot of other people to sort of get a concept of how impactful being this slow on taking down the first turret is, because it really snowballs from this point.
And we can also see that the junglers, now Haru, going to be looking to take that Scuttle Crab, or he's going over for the red buff.
I think he's coming around here in the mid lane. BDD walking forward, flash,
nice.
Forced out by the Cocoon.
Nice play by Bless, basically forcing CJ ENTUS BDD to flash away there. Now that's a pretty scary situation to be in now if you're Twisted Fate, because without cleanse, it's all too easy for Tempt to just, you know, put a chain on you if you go too far forward, lock it, and then Bless follows up with Cocoon and finalizes.
That's one of the other reasons I was kind of interested to see whether or not you would go Gragas this game, because you just latch the chain and it's kind of like a Malzahar, you know, ult. You just, okay, well, it's not kind of like Malzahar ult. It CCs them. There you go, and that makes it easier to land the Gragas combo. God, I almost got a Reddit thread about that one. So gotta be careful about my analogies here. But it is a Mountain Drake to start out, so it's been great dragons so far this series for both teams.
Yep.
CJ got Mountain Drake first in game 2, and now might get
Tons
a
of
second one.
pings this game. Oh, they want Shy.
Yeah, man, he's level 2, but he does have a full minion wave here with Cannon Minion as well. There's the Ignite going down there. Shy is not in a great spot there. The hook misses. They're going to flash under turret, and Loken with a Summoner heal should survive. Wow, so close to another turret shot. Bless coming in for another kill. Owning it up there.
And the game is exploding out of control, and BDD can Bless. He doesn't have Flash, but I think that they can actually coordinate a kill onto BDD and a buff transfer. It would come at the cost of BDD getting a kill, but I think that's actually fine.
Oh my god, wait, what?
Doesn't have enough HP to flash auto because the tower would kill him.
Right. He could have traded 1-for-1, but much better to just stay in lane.
Yep.
We're going to get a quick
take
instant
the
replay of
advantage.
how this 1v1 happened. Haru just disrespecting the damage that Bless could put out.
Yeah, and this is interesting because he didn't even have a red buff.
Oh my god. Wait,
so-
Bless had red buff.
No, Bless had blue.
I believe he did have a red buff. If you look, the buff is actually...
Well, he has it now after he killed Haru. He got it from Haru.
I think the last auto attack had red on it. Correct me if I'm wrong. I might be. Either way, he picked up the kill.
Yeah.
So did have to flash under turret, but just so clean on that execution, or dirty, depending on the way that you want to use that.
No, Bless didn't get any red buff this game. Jungle Root.
Oh, that is true. Okay.
Yeah.
So I'm going to defer to LS, who actually knows what he's talking about. Either way, actually just an incredible play there, and a 2-0 start for ESC Ever. Oh my god, the flash in. There's that tether. Temp just flashed into 3 champions, so a miss on the cocoon as well means this will be questionable.
They can still...
Nice repel.
I guess Bless doesn't have
Well,
flash.
Totoro's coming in
Totoro's
here.
right there, though. This is interesting. See, these are always the spots that are so fascinating, where it's like, how extended can a trade really go, and who will come out ahead? I don't know if they could have killed BDD there. I don't think it would have actually been so valuable, because he does have level 6.
Oh, Shy might be in a little bit of trouble here. Red buff for the slow, but... Oh, wow, he actually does hit the cocoon.
They're just going to poke him.
Yeah, they're just going to dive him. He's not going to take any damage from auto attacks there. Loken's tanking the... Oh, this is not going to go well. Loken tanked as much as he could go. Oh my god, they traded that perfectly. Oh, minion!
Twisted
So
Fate,
close.
Twisted Fate.
Oh, the lantern, so sick.
All right, so the lantern brings Totoro to safety.
I thought that was going to be so bad, but they actually traded turret aggro absolutely perfectly.
Yeah, let's take a look at this dive. So the red buff slow, absolutely beautifully played. Max range cocoon. Now I thought they were just going to do damage to him, but they're like, no, we can actually take this all the way. Loken able to take one more turret shot in the red buff, finalizing the kill right there for BDD. Now, they didn't have an exact location on Twisted Fate, so I think that was a little bit risky, but I think it's a trade that they still wanted to take because it would have crippled Shy.
Speaking
But
of
anyways,
crippling,
this game is getting really chaotic.
Yeah, CJ,
okay.
What's the play here? I think they're going to go down the long way through the lane on the magical journey and try to catch Tempt, or they can go for this blue buff as it just now spawns.
Yeah, they might try to capture Tempt while he moves through.
Oh, they're
here.
going to try to kill Bless while he's doing blue, or Tempt like you said right here.
I don't even
They're
think
waiting a
saw him.
long
They're
time for this.
Really long
Magical
time.
journey through the wall, and oh, the Wolf Spirit's going to scout things out there. Madlife going through, not the longest magical journey, and now, oh my god, they're going to get caught out there. Oh, the hook lands on the Madlife! Totoro!
Scorpion, like...
Yeah, man, get over here. That is, and a flay onto Kramer, what? Totoro's going the distance, man.
Sub-Zero in bottom lane right now without his ultimate.
He can't even go into that out-of-game lore matchup. Oh, Cocoon to land there onto Haru. Oh, Bless, what are you doing?
No.
Oh, Bless.
Bless is gonna need a blessing.
Yeah,
after
Bless,
that.
it's like you say, bless your heart. Not a good thing in this situation. A little too thirsty on that one. Wanted to
aggressive
kill.
build, by the way, from Bless.
Watch this.
Yeah, we're gonna take a quick look at this replay. So this reminds me of when TSM, I think it was amazing, actually went too far forward. Remember against Samsung? They completely mistimed, so that just falls apart. And then Scorpion lands the hook onto Madlife.
I feel like it's so much disrespect to land such an incredible thresh hook onto Madlife to kill him.
Yep.
It's like, Madlife's the only one allowed to do that here. Okay, well, we've actually seen a lot of crazy action early on. I really like this game. Both junglers performing pretty decently. Bless, though, with a much better start to this game after solo killing Haru in his own jungle.
Yep. Only a 1K gold lead despite 4 kills.
Yeah, that's actually kind of incredible, and it's not even objectives making that difference.
That's really strange, especially because ESC actually has Gangplank.
So where's that gold coming from? I mean, you look at the CS discrepancy.
Oh, I guess it's BDD's passive. Turns out that's pretty nice on Twisted Fate.
Yeah,
he's like only rolling 6s right now. Like
he's down 20 CS in the matchup, but he's actually ahead in gold.
He has weighted
What a
die.
great champion. So this is the battle of the gold generation passives. BDD with one, Crazy with the other.
Oh man.
Whoa.
That was a pretty rocket. Bard experiencing some turbulence.
Yeah, man.
Yeah.
That was kind of like my flight back from Shanghai. It was a little rough there.
I actually have a fear of flying now. I had really bad turbulence coming back from LA once.
Well,
that was it.
You definitely missed out this past weekend. It's a little bit rough. Wow, Kramer sniping away those barrels along with Mad Life. Pushing up this top lane, it's a lane that went very, very badly in game number 1, but now Kramer is smashing Loken in CS.
I'm trying to understand. I mean, genuinely, I'm trying to understand where is the gold coming from? Because, well, there's a call also on Ezreal. That's gonna be 90 gold right now. The assist on Lucian should cancel out the CS differential almost on Ezreal. It's really just not making sense to me. I don't know.
CJ doing this thing again where they're just like wait and bait there in the mid lane. A flash away there. Temp getting hit by a gold card, but okay.
Okay.
Turns out Flash is a good summer spell. One flash to save Temp's life there.
Yep. And I mean, Twisted Fate's behind in CS, but it doesn't really matter. What is the name of his? Is it Twisted Fate's passive?
Loaded Dice.
Is it Loaded Dice? Well,
yeah, it's Loaded Dice and Stack Deck.
Okay.
He's just cheating it up here.
Yep. Now they're trying to capture the top tier 1 tower, and I think the top tier 1 tower puts them in the gold lead almost, which is a little disgusting. Okay, well, Gangplank presses R. It turns out that's a nice.
Yeah, R's
nice
a good button to press.
Yeah, it is indeed. Oh, okay. Oh wow.
Oh, wow.
That's a big pickup.
Yep, money, money, money coming in for Gangplank up in the top lane, undefeated so far.
Lots of defense ping. Someone's on a different page there.
Yeah. It's like they're all in voice comms, but you just have to argue your point harder by pinging for it.
Yep. This is actually pretty interesting. Lucian's actually the top laner this game.
Yeah, just solo queuing it up there.
Yeah. Gangplank with the fresh support up in top.
This is kind of interesting. So when you look at ESC's team composition, I guess...
they're under no pressure to CS that wave. I feel like that's just another barrel. Maybe Crazy's not making full use of his barrels, and that's one of the problems for their gold.
So what does the damage look like as this game progresses? Because we have a relatively supportive mid laner there in Tempt on Karma, and then Totoro, not a high damage support by any means.
Yeah, Totoro not really going to deal so much damage. They're all in on Gangplank and Lucian. I mean, we see Elise going for a pretty aggressive build. No Chilling Smite or Red Smite, but, you know, it's still not going to deal the most of damage. The problem is, though, CJ ENTUS, though, they're so heavily reliant on Kramer. This Twisted Fate is not getting...
Oh my god, Tempt just getting dominated. Perfect Tempted Fate there, and he's going to get knocked up and taken down. No Lantern for you, Tempt. Lights out.
Yeah, and that actually almost, CJ, almost in the gold lead. I think they'll get it right after TS. Yeah, nice gold collection, Twisted Fate. That's really nice.
He did hit some +1s there,
he
so
did.
Unlucky, but still bonus gold.
Turns out he actually has Bandit, and he just missed the CS instead.
That's some next level right there. It's like, well, I'm terrible at CSing, so.
I just noticed there's no, we don't have any of the keystones.
No, I have them over here.
Oh, you have? Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Oh, that's cool. All right, yeah. So it is Thunderlord. So that definitely possible via that tree.
Oh my god, disgusting amounts of gold coming in there for Crazy.
And CJ finally takes the gold lead.
They certainly do. So farming their way back into the game. 20 CS lead in the AD carry role. 20 CS, 15 in the jungle. So Haru doing a great job getting back into this game after Bless was so dominant early on. Both junglers doing well, both teams on kind of an even footing. Very even as we get in here towards the 15-minute mark. Now, no dragons have gone down just yet. It's still a Mountain Drake up, and neither jungler really committing to that, although no vision really in that area. As Haru coming down to the bottom lane, probably going to commit to this one. Crazy trying to run away there with the extra movement speed coming in. Will be able to get himself out of here. Teleport and Bless, both in the bottom lane. Here's that turnaround. Crazy does have a gangplank ult, but where's he going to throw it? Right on top of Haru and Shy. BDD, though, could come in and turn this one back around. Temp taking so much damage. Turns around with some extra poke there. ESC Ever so low.
Wow, that was really, really dicey, though. You saw Shen's W.
Right.
So powerful right there. Wow. That could have gone a lot worse for CJ. Somehow, still, they retain a gold lead. That is amazing.
Could have gone a lot worse for ESC Ever there as well. I'll get out with like 2 HP. But let's watch this again.
Yeah. So basically, they're going to go on to Crazy. Shy would have to do a flash taunt at max distance, giving enough time for Crazy to respond with a flash. And then if that happens, they get locked up in a much worse position. Gangplank Ultimate waits until the CC is down to make sure that he's maximizing his value. And they almost died there to Big Daddy D, but unfortunately they can't find any kills.
Well, during that, CJ actually took 1.5 turrets. Mid lane turret has like 2 HP on it right now. So lots of global objectives being focused there by CJ at the same time as they're committing to the bottom lane. But now big pings onto the Dragon. Mountain Drake being started up here is ESC Ever. Ones to initiate this. I actually thought it was going to be CJ off of winning that fight down bottom, but instead they will be able to take the first Dragon of the game, Mountain Drake, in their way.
I don't actually watch other regions all that often, but I am very surprised at Korea's, I guess, disinterest in Dragon capture.
Especially off of the first initial rotation, where you take the turret and then just don't rotate to Dragon. It's like,
well, not every time can you do it, but there are times where it definitely is possible, and I don't think it, you know, if we had a sandbox mode, I think it would be very easy to prove that that would be a superior rotation. But it's a multi-minute process.
Can you imagine how much more confidence you could have? You could just actually practice taking Dragon.
The game would just go to another level.
Every single time?
Macro-wise, yep.
Well, right now, some lackluster. Oh my god, nice grab onto Haru. Tempered Fate there to slow things out there, and Twisted Fate actually coming in. Lots of Fate in the bottom lane, but it looks like this is all ESC. Mad Life though with a kill. Bless going down there as well. Well, CJ actually, and this is not going to go in a good direction here. Some good barrel damage onto Haru, but he gets caught and then gets out. 2 more kills for CJ.
Yeah, that Shen W again, doing work.
Yeah, it's pretty good.
Because it also denies, I believe it denies Gangplank's Q.
It does. It counts as a melee auto attack.
So, I mean, when that Shen W is up, you have no damage.
Chill out, guys. It's just a turret falling. It will be a big 3-0 in that turret Dragon score. It's 3-2 in the turret score. Just to clarify that. And ESC Ever looked like they started out with a great position here by Loken, but just not enough damage to finish off Haru.
They, the Bard ultimate, you know, it just did so much damage right here to ESC. Not literally, but I mean, they weren't able to dish out the damage, couldn't finalize the kill onto Haru, couldn't damage Shen at all, and they have no damage. Again, when that thing is up, Loken, who is the forefront of their damage, can't do anything. And Crazy is not yet big enough where his barrels and his ult alone threaten enough.
That is very true. If he had maybe like a Yomu's as well as that Trinity Force in that fight, then yeah, sure.
Like a 4-item Gangplank is when Crazy is going to start getting scary for the CJ comp. Until then, all the marbles are on Loken.
What?
What?
Is that a saying?
I don't know. I think so.
I've never put all the marbles on anyone. I feel like that's more of like a chicken in the eggs.
He's got all the marbles.
I
can drop them? I don't know. Maybe that's not a...
I feel like you lose your marbles, but you never really like put them on someone. I feel like that's an eggs in the basket analogy there.
Eggs in the basket fits too.
Okay.
Yeah, indeed.
There's still no chicken champion in League of Legends. That one right. Mad Life saves his own life for a little bit longer, but he is out of there. Attempt to steal the kill away. Probably should have given that to Loken, but either way, kill's a kill.
Probably should, yeah, probably should have actually given it to Loken indeed.
Because ESC, like, not, oh, wait.
This is patch 6.14.
Yeah, so they changed that you can't shield minions anymore on patch 6.15.
But actually it was pretty big for Baron, Baron enhancements.
Oh, that is definitely true.
Yeah, shielding super minions is actually pretty broken. So that was pretty problematic. But anyways, looks like ESC finally gonna find a tower kill. Will they not?
No, yeah, they're gonna run out of minions. So CJ saved that turret with just 2 HP. Loken wants to poke in at it, but you can't do that with Shen right there.
Yeah.
This is Shy, not crazy. So you have to worry about getting taunted.
He takes, I think, that was like 8% of his HP on a Karma Q. That is not something you want.
Okay, well, Crazy in a little bit of a rough spot. Even Preyseeker coming in so much damage.
Oh, it
there.
hit him.
Oh my God. Bless is actually just dead there. Bless just walks in and dies. And now here comes BDD. He's going to walk right into a hook there. Big box in there, getting played, but he's going to be able to flash out and stay alive. Yes, he actually might be able to turn this one around, but it's actually turned around with Bless. They're out of there. CJ rampaging through these turrets, trying to find more, and they might. No Crazy alive, but CJ. Huge catches and no deaths.
I don't even know what to say to that. Like,
I'm just sitting here scratching my head and just like, well,
mechanically, Bless just dropped the ball. That was really strange.
He really dropped the marbles.
I want to see a replay of it. Yeah, he did. He dropped the marbles. Anyways, Baron gonna be picked up here for CJ ENTUS, and that is gonna pole vault the.
Oh no! Okay, Baron does get taken. It's actually Mad Life.
Yeah.
That picked that up. Loken dies though, so that was almost a turnaround until it turned. The turnaround turned around.
Oh man.
And this is the way that CJ win games, not necessarily because they're coordinated enough to snowball them themselves, but because they just get Baron and the Baron minions help them just push into the base. So we're gonna watch this fight again.
So anyways,
Crazy
Crazy gets caught out and so much damage. Bless misses the cocoon, which I don't think is gonna kill Kramer anyway.
He doesn't even repel.
Yeah, he doesn't repel. They can't finalize the kill onto Big Daddy D.
Oh my God! And Haru's just monstering this up there.
Yeah.
Flash in for the knockup.
Doesn't get the kill onto Crazy, but it doesn't matter because they pick up the Baron and they got Loken off that.
Jeez.
Some just really nice, clean plays I get coming out of CJ. So in the last game and this game, they have obtained gigantic leads so early on. In this game, it was a nice recovery because they were getting melted early on. Somehow, though, keeping up in gold, and now they're going to take the top tier 2 top turret. This is not going very well. I don't think ESC Ever is going to be able to actually sustain until that 4 or 5 item gameplay.
So game 1, Loken Flame Horizon Kramer. This time around, Kramer is 3,000 gold ahead of Loken.
Yep.
And it's just not even close. Like Loken can barely deal with these Baron buffed up minions in the lane, and he's even getting shoved out of that by not maybe just the minions, but also Kramer there, showing him who the boss is. Now, Siege of this middle lane turret is actually just dead. Yep.
Oh. It's not really too scary of a situation. Shy does have his ultimate up. So it's not like they can just capitalize on any of that. Now, Shy also probably going to get this tower right now. Yeah, this is going down. He'll even absorb a Gangplank barrel if he has to. No, instead he'll get it anyway.
Instead he gets the gold from it. All right, so CJ crushing through every single turret, every outer turret going down here. CJ with a minute left on their Baron buff, push into the Ever base.
Yeah, every single outer turret has fallen. ESC Ever on their last leg, and this isn't just their last leg. If they lose this game, CJ ENTUS drags them with them. It's like that terrible horror movie, Drag Me to Hell.
Yeah, actually the worst horror movie ever. It's like it's not even that scary a movie, and then it's like in the very the last 10 seconds of the ending. If you guys have to watch that movie, just watch like the last minute.
Yeah.
That's the only thing you need to see.
Oh, Bless almost actually hit a stun there.
Okay, he's able to repel out there. Temp barely getting CC. He's gonna get knocked up there. Temp is out of there, but maybe a turnaround here if ESC Ever can get some kills. No, they're actually gonna lose Bless as well.
Yeah, and I think that might be all she wrote.
Cloud
They're
Drake is
running backwards to tap the minions with Baron
This
buff.
is only 24 minutes into the game, by the way.
They're going for another 26-minute game finish.
Holy cow, CJ, where was this game, or where was this play all season long?
Yeah. Well.
Oh man. Well, sorry ESC Ever. Some Longzhu fan out there is super happy right now.
Today we learned all the fans in the audience are actually Longzhu, not CJ.
That's why there's so many cheers for CJ, because it's both CJ fans and Longzhu fans who are super happy that if ESC lose this, then Longzhu avoid relegations, which still blows my mind, but is actually just very important to talk about.
CJ keeping Longzhu alive.
Good guy, CJ. All right, well, Hook misses there, and here's Temp. Like, Mad Lives Bard ults this game has actually been so good, just
and Temp
barely catching him.
Perma CC couldn't find a kill onto Kramer, and you know, we talked about how Kramer, he was going to be almost the only person dealing damage, but because they got such a lead. Now, it's also important to note that even though this is a Twisted Fate, and also you can see the Baron difference right there, plus 5,000. Do you know what the gold lead is right now for CJ? It's over 9,000.
Oh my god.
That's what it is.
See, it's exactly 10,000 right now. It's a thing of beauty. You look at that and you're just like, doesn't that just look good?
Yeah.
10,000, exactly the gold advantage.
I think it's really important to note that even though this is a Twisted Fate comp, I never really, even still going back to the pick and bans, I never felt like this was played like a TF comp. Most of his Destiny gates were used defensively.
Right.
And a lot of the picks were even done without Destiny gate.
Yeah, he used one of them just to get back to lane after fighting. So, a little bit interesting. But as crazy as it might sound, this is like watching one of those SK Telecom games where they're down by like 6,000, 7,000 gold, and you just think to yourself, I wonder how SKT are going to win. So this time around, it's like, can CJ Entus really close this? It's been, CJ, it's not like they have never had a lead. They have lots of leads and then just don't know how to close the game. So as dire as the situation may look for ESC Ever right now, the game is not over. And I feel like that works against CJ Entus a lot of times because it's like they really hope that they win just by getting an advantage. It's like, well, no, you actually have to close out the game. They're certainly in a very, very big lead right now, but can they finally close it out?
Man. I thought they were going to initiate a siege there, but they might just wait on Baron. Baron coming up in a minute, and realistically, unless Bless gets a Baron smite, I think that it will be all but over for ESC Ever's summer split. And they're going to go to relegation. Now, I'm not so worried about Ever in the relegation, and I am more so worried actually for CJ because even though they're performing a lot better than ever here tonight, they're performing better than ever. They're performing, they really are. Their play is a lot higher variance, I think, you know, throughout the split.
It kind of blows my mind. Like they are literally playing better than ever. They had a great series versus SKT, where they went 1-2, so they lost, sure, but they took a game off of SK Telecom. That's still great. And here they're doing incredibly well versus Ever. Now they do actually need to win the game, so that's the question mark we have. Now, CJ can't win the game without Baron, which sounds crazy when they're this far ahead, but just because of how shaky they are when it comes to committing to game-ending pushes, you need to be able to do that. So that means that CJ will at some point be forced onto the Baron. They might try to find a pick here. Oh no, there's no repel target. A big Bardo. They might be proving me wrong here. BDD going in, but immediately with Zhonya's and a Shendal the chain on top of that one. Crazy with some nice barrels out there. Totoro though, he is out of here. This might actually start sealing the deal there. No Sniperino for you, Kramer, but a 5-man Magical Journey for CJ as they will disengage for the Baron that they do direly need.
Yeah, and it's all on Bless right now. Oh, super minions on the Nexus turret. Someone has to deal with that. Which means that it will be 1 versus 5 if Bless tries to
Bless against the world, man. Yeah. This is one of the times where suiciding to steal Baron would actually just be so good.
It is absolutely correct to try to do so.
He's gonna try for it. Magical Journey will probably kill him here. Will be forced to repel and flash away. No gold card to follow.
Yeah.
Bless escapes with his life, but that is a Baron buff for CJ, and that might be all they need to win the game.
Yeah, I think that's probably going to be all she wrote. Shy probably waiting to teleport on the minion, lock up that turret. Yep. There it is.
As if Baron buff minions needed more help being invincible to turret damage.
Yeah.
And the base is broken. Middle inhibitor should actually respawn relatively soon, but now with 2 down, yeah, it respawns right as they find it there. Tempt, Totoro, Logan all trying to escape there. Tempt the first to fall. Totoro very low. A cocoon onto Haru. But he is tanky enough to survive that. CJ rank 1 inhibitor. They'll take down the middle again. Push in for what should be a triumphant victory. Might not have what it takes to finish here, but looks like they certainly might. It is 2 down, and okay. You hit barrels like that, I'll wow, CJ actually can't end the game.
Oh, CJ.
Never change.
Yep.
No, they actually are not changing that. All right, well, the game goes on.
Yeah, the game goes on. They must have so much gold.
It's actually insane. 8-0-4. Kramer, he's trying to show Loken how to play that Ezreal pick.
And no Guardian Angel for the Shen and Rek'Sai yet, but that would I think Guardian Angel would be the final nail in the coffin had it came out
so
right.
You could actually just go in and dive.
Yeah, you can basically just say go ahead and kill me, and it's not going to do anything. I mean, Zanya's completed for Twisted Fate. And please just don't wait on the dragon to end this game. You guys can do it in other ways.
And this is what I was talking about earlier. Is CJ ENTUS so shaky at closing out games. Now they've taken 2 inhibitors, so that means that this push down bottom lane should be relatively cookie cutter, but still have to make this one happen. No damage just yet. Cocoon onto Haru off to the side, but yeah, forced to disengage. And here comes in the knockup. Tempt being caught out there. He is dead, and CJ off a very easily orchestrated dive will finish off the last inhibitor of the game. Bless very, very low and forced to proto belt himself to safety and pushing in onto these base turrets. Can ESC ever mount 1 blast? Monstrous defense. Gangplank ult used just to clear out the minion wave. CJ avoided and they'll push forward. CJ ENTUS find their 3rd series win of the season, taking out Ever and dragging them down with them to relegation.
There's one fan.
There's this one fan that comes to every single CJ fan. Absolutely. That's last time CJ won, he was running up and down the aisles, just so happy that this has happened. Now, we don't know if he's a CJ or a Longzhu fan because both of those fan groups are very happy right now. Longzhu because they avoid relegation now with that ESC Ever loss, and of course CJ ENTUS, if they can win this matchup, by the way, the first time ever that they have ever beat Ever in a best of series.
Yep. So this game started out really rough for CJ ENTUS, but they picked it back up, mostly just due to good play. It had nothing to do with the team comp. You know, and that's actually a little fascinating to see because that's not something, again, I didn't think that they would have played as well as they did, especially not after game 1.
Well, CJ ENTUS winning series in 2016. It's a rare occurrence, but it does happen. You can see some dumbfounded looks there on ESC Ever's face, now realizing that they have relegated themselves to relegations.
Yep.
A very unfortunate situation for ESC Ever fans. They came in as that new challenger team to LCK, and I think there were higher hopes for Ever than there were for MVP. But man, MVP had a transformation. They really kind of resurrected themselves after their mid-season loss to SK Telecom. MVP were this challenger team to really prove that they they have what it takes to stick around in LCK and Ever. Now they have to prove it once again in the promotion matches coming up.
And we'll probably hop into an MVP interview in just a little bit here after we find out who the MVP of game number 3 is.
Candidates, the Kramer right on top. He had an 8-0-4 finish, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah.
That was the last time I checked his score, so he was a monster. Deathless, huge damage.
Honestly, everyone was sort of an MVP that game. Shen ultimates, Shen W's.
I mean, when you win a game as CJ Entus, it's a team effort, so...
Mad Life's Bard ultimates.
Those were super sick.
So many fights.
Tempt just... He hated Mad Life that game. Able to catch him out so many times. I think the game actually started out pretty well for ESC Ever with a very good performance by Bless.
Super strong.
Let's find out. Our Sonokong IB MVP is Kramer, 9-0-4 with 93% kill participation and decently high damage per minute as well.
Yep.
It's very, very well played there. Kramer coming out on top for CJ, coming up big right when they needed it. They will still be heading to the promotion matches, but a little bit of a too little, too late. They win the series. It feels good. And I think one of our match points was actually that CJ needed momentum coming into promotion games, and well, they get a lot of it here with their 3rd series win of the season.
So now, even if Longzhu goes 0-2,
it still won't be enough.
It's not enough. Yep.
Because you actually have to have the series be tied in order for it to go to the game score, which would have been the way that ESC Ever.
Wait a minute. No. Yeah, they could only lose 1 game. Yeah, so all right, they are auto relegation no matter what.
Yep. So, unfortunate, but CJ also auto-relegated. Well, not auto-relegated, but they're automatically put into the promotion
Korea
match.
doesn't have auto-relegation.
Right, man.
But
they're trying to make it as difficult.
NA and EU do, right?
Not anymore.
Oh, they got rid of that?
I believe so.
Oh, good. Because that was a terrible thing.
Well, now it is going to send us into an MVP interview. Of course, confirming that 2-1 victory by CJ Entus over ESC Ever. Tonight's matchup. Let's go ahead and head over to our first MVP interview. It'll be with CJ Entus's jungler, Haru. So congratulations, Haru.
네, CJ의 불꽃은 꺼지지 않았습니다. 2세트 승리한 게 ESC Ever를
Looks like the fire of CJ cannot be extinguished.
어떠신가요?
How do you feel about your victory?
데뷔하다가 승리 2번 하니까 많이 좋은 것 같아요.
And Haru says, I feel pretty happy because we got 2 wins after losing a lot.
그 사이에 어떤 피드백이 있었나요?
그냥
So your performance between sets 1 and 2 was so different. What kind of feedback did you get to change that? Haru is saying we focused on having better picks for game number 2. We felt like if we had better picks, we could win.
그러면 좀 더 자신감 있게 경기에 임할 거라고 생각을 하셨나요?
So it looks like you picked some of your favorite champions for set 2. Did you think that you could have a better game if you had them? And Haru saying yes.
엄청난 기량을 뽐내는 선수라고 많이 이렇게 평가를 하시더라고요. 초반에 이렇게 좀 경기가 잘 풀렸을 때 승리를 확신하셨나요?
네, 제가 원래 초반에
So referring to his Rek'Sai performance, did you feel like you were going to win once you had a really good early game? And Haru says, yeah, I feel pretty happy, get pretty excited when I get a lot of kills, so I felt like I was about to have a good game. Also, disclaimer, Haru is saying, this is my first interview, so I'm very nervous. This is his first interview ever. He's a new player this season. How do you feel about the MVP? And Haru speechless.
팬분들이 와주셨는데 하루 선수에게 궁금한 점 많이 적어주셨거든요. 한 발짝만 뒤로 물러나서 함께 볼까요?
There's one message on that message board that just says God.
CJ 전체적으로 아이스크림을 자주 드시는 것 같은데 하루 선수는 무슨 맛 좋아하세요?
So going to our fan mail.
초코 맛 좋아합니다.
So it looks like CJ enjoys a lot of ice cream. So what is your favorite flavor of ice cream? Haru saying it's chocolate.
제가 안 물어보려고 그랬는데 이 질문.
The fans seem to be behind it.
여기 하루 선수 귀여움의 비결은 뭔가요? 너무 귀여워요.
So the age-old Haru, why are you so cute? What is the secret to your cuteness?
많았던 것 같아요. 그래서
And Haru says, I feel like I've been a pretty expressive guy everywhere since I was little.
자, 승강전은
So maybe that's the secret.
확정됐지만 승강전이 또 CJ의 부활의 신호탄이 될 수 있을 것 같습니다. 또 응원해주시는 팬들에게 한 말씀 해주시죠.
Now, although you will be going to relegations,
열심히 준비하고 있고
maybe that will be a good opportunity for CJ to mount their comeback.
네, 인터뷰
To that,
감사드리고요.
Haru says, we're going to prepare really hard. We'll try to win in relegations.
자, 이렇게 2세트에서 넥사이드
So a quick interview with our first-timer Haru. Moving on to Loken, 80 carry, or Kramer rather. Loken is in fact on the other team. Kramer, 80 carry for CJ ENTUS.
네, ESC Ever의 상대 전적이 조금 안 좋았는데 오늘 상대 전적을 극복하셨습니다. 승리 소감 들어볼게요.
So you guys had a pretty good match history versus, or a pretty bad match history versus ESC Ever, but it looks like you overcame that here today.
저희 팀 연패를 끊을 수 있다는 게 아주 좋았던 것 같습니다.
So Kramer says, I feel really happy that we were able to overcome the 0-5 record and won today. And I'm really happy that we ended our 6-game losing streak tonight as well.
일단 승리를 확신했을 때는
So during his Ezreal performance, when did he know he was going to win? Kramer says, I pretty much won this game when I bought my Iceborne Gauntlet.
후벼파겠다. 바텀을 굉장히 세게 가져갔고 또 CJ 같은 경우는
And so what about that team composition? Looks like ESC Ever wanted to go really hard in the bottom lane while CJ had a lot of globals.
양사이드 다 날아다니면서 이겨볼 수 있는 조합이었고
Kramer says
조합은 뭔가 저희가 1경기 때 했던 조합이랑
our composition pretty much wanted to strengthen our wings so we could fly around the map. And I feel like we won because our composition was better than ESC Ever's.
그만큼 팀원들이 각자가 해줘야 하는 역할을 충분히 다 해준 것 같은데 좀 크레이머 선수가 팀원에게 MVP를 주고 싶다면 또 어떤 선수에게 좀 주고 싶으세요?
제가 MVP 주고 싶은 선수는 일단
Well, it looks like everybody really contributed today on CJ ENTUS. Who would Kramer like to be the MVP? Kramer says, I would like to dedicate the MVP to Shy, our oldest player, our leader. He always makes a lot of great calls for us. Now moving on to the fan message board. So who is the life of the party with CJ? And Kramer says, our most outgoing and expressive player is Sky. Sky apparently is very, very exciting to be with.
항상 응원해요. 막 이렇게 응원하는 글들을 많이 적어주셨는데 CJ는 정말 기대를 안 하게 만드는 팀이 아닌 것 같아요. 기대를 할 수밖에 없게 만드는 팀인 것 같아요. 앞으로 경기
Looks
임하는
like a lot of
각오
cheers
들어보겠습니다.
on the message board as well. Kramer's response specifically regarding his future matches is we're going to work really hard in our future matches and so that we can escape the relegations. So a quick MVP interview with Kramer, and congratulations to CJ ENTUS for their 2-1 win that will still put them at the bottom of the standings, but it'll also take ESC Ever down along with them. Tigers, SK Telecom, Samsung and KT all up at the top of the standings, no big surprises there. So it'll be interesting to watch as MVP take on the Rocks Tigers coming up tomorrow. And that will be our final game of the split here at the Nexon Arena. Yep.
And then there will be the wild card match the following Monday for the 4th-5th playoff series.
Yeah, they're calling it the wild card match, but it is actually just the first round of the Gauntlet playoffs. So it'll only be a best-of-3 matchup, and it will be between the 4th place and 5th place team. Right now, that looks to be probably Freaks and KT. But I think that could actually change depending on their performance here towards the end of the season.
Yeah.
And it's MVP playing off against Rocks, so I'm not sure if MVP winning would put them in contention for that 5th place spot to make it into playoffs. I have to double check that. So if anybody else out there knows that, definitely let us know. I'll be checking that out immediately afterwards. I'm just glad to cast a CJ ENTUS victory. Those are kind of like unicorns out there. You don't find a lot of them, but really exciting to be a CJ ENTUS fan. And that's what's so so awesome about Korean fans to me, and especially coming down here to the Nexon Arena, where you get to sit super close to the players, and I actually just enjoy it as a caster, sitting very close to the fans. You can really hear and feel that energy coming off of MLS. But
and so, yeah, no, I mean, it was really nice, the series. If they play like they did in some of the games tonight, I'm not really so worried about either team for the relegation.
We'll see. They will get to play off against most likely Spenu Sonic Boom or Spenu Korea and Kongdu Monster in the promotion matches coming up. But that's going to do it for our games tonight. Hope you guys really enjoyed the broadcast. We love you guys. I hope you have a great evening. Thanks for watching.